Hello, everybody. Welcome to the NECC Stream B, but we still have a great game to see here. We're going to be spectating on over Murray State Gold versus Mount Union Academy, and with you tonight is going to be your lovely play-by-play caster, Acho, and with me, the wonderful Hawk. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I was sick yesterday, and today I'm feeling much better, ready to catch some good action in the Navigators White Division here in the NECC.
Well, at least you're feeling better today, because with all that's been going on throughout the world yesterday, today as well, it's all just been going down and downhill. But I think finally in the NECC we'll see some prime entertainment, just some top-notch, just mwah,
Yeah,
stuff to seek.
hopefully we can provide a nice little distraction from everything that's been going on with some quality League of Legends gameplay here.
Hopefully. But let's get a bit of a rundown on these two teams. We do have a 2-0 record for Murray State Gold. This is week 3 of the NECC, and Mount Union is looking at a 1-on-1 record right here. Would you do us the honors of preemptively going in through these rosters, through these lineups, saying maybe we've got some people that we've heard of before?
Yeah, so on the blue side, we've got Mount Union Academy. Their starting roster is going to be Davidson in the top lane, Noble Dark in jungle, Absence of Mind holding it down a mid with Golden and Leah in the bottom side. Meanwhile, their opponents will be Murray State Gold, and their roster will be Applebee's Vivo, Rack Attack, Potato, Sean the Sentinel, and Cheesy Cheese Puff. So maybe not the names we've necessarily heard, but two very formidable rosters.
Yes, indeed. And, well, also, I think, from my perspective, I am the European caster coming into the NA production, so it's already going to be wonderful. But it's, again, very interesting for me to see all these long names for the school years, freshman, sophomore, stuff like this coming in here, right? And whenever you see that, I'm just wondering, we kind of had a bit of a backstage talk about it, but people can just not decide on what they want to major in and still go to uni. I'm just fascinated by that.
Yeah, that is a thing. Now, what I find very impressive as somebody that personally went into college undecided, there are 6 freshmen across these two rosters, and all of them have at least chosen departments to explore, much less majors themselves. So, hey, good for them. They've got an idea of what they want to do. I certainly didn't. Fortunately, I do now, but that doesn't matter as we're getting underway with the draft.
Yes, we are, and we're going to be starting out with an Anivia ban, absolutely OP in the mid lane. Same can be said about Set, going in over to top. Do you prefer Set support? Do you think it's a viable option now in the meta?
Viable, yes. Do I think it's necessarily good? No. Depends on your comfort level on the champion and how aggressive you want to be at the bottom side. If your plan is to fight all the time, then definitely worth busting out. But we're not going to be seeing it this game, unfortunately. Seems like Mount Union is going for a bit of a mid lane focus with their bans, Echo, Anivia being taken out, not wanting Potato to get going there in the mid side. And then interesting Zeri blue side ban. Typically, it's been seen as a red side ban or a first pick on blue side. So potentially Mount Union signaling that they don't really have proficiency on this pick.
You're picking up the Mundo here. Davidson is thinking, okay, let's start out with a team fight. Let's start out with a tank. We're going in for this bruiser-esque type of guy that definitely knows his bounds. And it looks like Nasus is going to go straight into it. So a bit of a note here to say these peaks have been going up against each other in pro drafts beforehand. And they kind of know what they're going up against. They're not really counter-peaking here. They're more likely just going in for OTPs. And you can definitely tell that by what currently the red side is picking, because we've got a Zac, we've got a Nico, and we've got a Nasus. Pretty decent team fight compatibility, but it's definitely no counter pick.
Yeah, no, the Nasus is definitely scaling option into the Dr. Mundo. Dr. Mundo, actually, not to be underestimated in lane. This champion can do a lot of damage if you're not really prepared for it. And Nasus, not exactly renowned for his laning phase, I would say, at Tro. So, definitely need to be careful up there if you are Applebee's Vivo, but it does mean that if you're able to get through that laning phase and start stacking up into the mid to late game, your scaling already looking extremely strong. As you mentioned, lots of team fight capability for, I would say, both teams, even as the second round of bans comes through. Again, as you said, the teams were on pro draft before this, so they are picking what they're playing, not in the order that they were picked, if you're wondering why some of these bans are towards solo lanes when we've already got those locked.
Yeah, but an interesting few additions to what you've said is that going into the mid lane here and what's just been picked here, the ADC MF going into this Jhin, I don't think it's the greatest of option. I think MF is going to scale down a lot coming in at the later parts of the game where people like Swain have to start getting pretty fed. People like Lilia have to be watched out for. And all in all, I think just in general, the red side team has a much better balanced draft.
Yeah, I would agree. I feel like the red side for Murray State just has a lot more tools to play around. They've got a lot more utility across their composition. Misfortune was first picked on the pro draft, and I would say Misfortune pretty far from the best ADC in the current meta. So I would imagine this is most certainly a comfort pick for Golden down there in the bottom lane. Fortunately, the lane is looking pretty free. Lulu Jin is not a very strong 2v2 in the slightest. Jin definitely a more of utility option, and Lulu's short range Enchantress not having the best synergy with the Jin either means that Golden should ideally at least be able to build up something of a lead. And hey, if we're looking at some synergies, the Lily of Sleep is not stopped by the bullet time. So if you manage to find a massive sleep, you can bullet time over the cross of all of them.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I can't wait to see maybe a cool Baron Steel. That would have been lovely to see coming out of the Lilia. It could happen, with that ultimate coming in from Mundo as well. There's a lot of team fight possibility, but it just depends on how they set it up. But I wanted to make a quick reference to, we see these two teams, and I'm gonna ask you about what your predictions are in the future after this. But I do want to get something out of the way. Mount Union Academy, sure they're 1-1. But if we look on over to the players, specifically Twisty Boy and Real Blackbird, they are players who not only play for the League of Legends teams, but we also got the Varsity Rocket League captain in here and the Valorant team player in Blackbird. So we've already got a lot of versatility in games, and it looks like in plays as well, because there's a lot of OTPs that they try to ban away, especially for mid side Potato over there. So I'm feeling like, sure, they're not necessarily going all in onto this League of Legends team, but they've been starting out pretty well. I think they got a lot of chances, so they are going to be my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, starting 1-1 definitely a pretty good spot to be in, and I have to disagree. I think in the prediction just because I feel like Mount Union they drafted a very difficult to kill composition, but when you look across the board, there's not really a whole lot of setup. So I think they have the possibility to fall behind in this game, and it'll be very difficult to regain control. Now, if they don't fall behind, I just think that Murray State they're not going to have the tools to punch through this comp. So I definitely think very interesting drafts on both sides, but playmaking tools for Murray State are what I'm really going to have my eye on, particularly in the jungle. If Rack Attack is able to get going, that could flip the game on its head.
Yeah, but until we actually see a game, I think we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll actually see what's going to go down with these two interesting drafts in the actual game. So stick around. And we are back at it into the rift as well. And well, let's just say I'm excited about what's gonna go down here because it looks like it's gonna be an interesting best of three.
I agree. I think interesting is a great way to put it. There's a lot of champions in this draft that I did not necessarily expect to see pulled out, but that just means I get to have all the more fun watching it because I'm not honestly sure what to really expect, particularly looking towards this mid lane. Swain against Nico, two champions I have not seen mid in a hell of a long time, going to be going up against each other.
Something that we didn't touch upon though is that Esports right now currently has a lot of sustain, and I mean a lot of sustain. That Mundo
Oh,
is
yeah.
not gonna die. Swain can definitely stay up there with his ultimate, with a stopwatch. He's gonna stack up on that passive as well. You have a Soraka, so nobody's dying on that team. It's just gonna be if they get ahead, it's whoever wins the early game. I think that's what's gonna go down here. If they win the early game, get a few picks, any of these two teams can have the advantage and just win the game based off of that. So.
I agree. I mean, looking especially at Murray State's roster, we see, the Jin in the AD carry position, who is an ADC that can do a lot of damage, but not exactly the best tank shredder out there. So if Sean the Sentinel isn't really able to get ahead and sort of compensate for that lack of damage coming through from the Jin, I think that Murray State's going to have a really difficult time punching through the huge front line, bolstered by the Soraka that is on the side of Mount Union Academy. But, of course, as I said, if the Jin gets ahead, that damage capability goes up by a lot, and all of a sudden, these tanks aren't looking so tanky anymore.
Okay, so here's the difference into this mid lane. It looks like Absence of Mind does outrange Potato by just a bit. You know, that E with a Q later on in the game and the W is going to do a lot of damage, but he has to hit these. And it looks like these trades are just going in auto attacks. So if this keeps going on like this, I don't like Absence of Mind chances because Swain is definitely a champion that you have to hit your skill shots on. There's no way that you're going to pick him without being completely sure that you're going to hit like literally everything.
Yeah, definitely. And worth noting that Absence of Mind did take the Ignite. So even trades do theoretically favor him as he will be able to go for a potential all-in with that Ignite as Sean the Sentinel is taken very low. Level 2 does come through, but no action's going to be happening. So Absence of Mind has the Ignite kill pressure, but I do agree. Potato is going to feel pretty comfortable in this lane, you'd have to think. Already up a few CS, and if Absence of Mind's not able to hit those skill shots, this Nico will feel pretty good.
Oh, look at mid here. It looks like Zach is trying to set something up, and they're already going in for it, but it looks like Cheesy Cream Puff is still going to go down under tower. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of pressure coming in from both sides right now. It looks like Murray State is just trying to apply as much pressure down into that mid lane, trying to make Swain fall back as much as he can because they know they've got the early game advantage.
I really like to see... Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, I really like to see it from Rack Attack right there. Going in mid, just a little pass-through gank, forcing Absence of Mind to step back, just buying more mid pressure without much investment.
Yeah, and that's also something I wanted to touch upon because if you look at the CS between the junglers right now, it's perfect that he's doing that. He's playing aggressively, and that's exactly how you should play it. Now, Noble is going to have a pretty hard time in that jungle. The same can be said about Sean, although 1 HP under tower, not even level 3 now. Is gonna have to back away, sadly.
There's the landing power of the Misfortune. Just Golden and Leah. They're really putting the hurt down. Sean the Sentinel, as you said, forced to take an early base. Already down a few CS. Will be missing out some under the tower as well. So, early game pretty much going as expected. You know, Mount Union, they're able to push in on the bottom side and in the top side. Mid lane going a bit more even. I'm still looking at what Rack Attack's able to do in this early game. We've already seen a little bit of proactivity, but it's not resulted in a significant advantage as of yet. Mostly just power farming across the board from both junglers. Of course, Zach is a champion that you don't have to make early plays on, but the gank threat is real if you're able to find an angle.
Oh, look at Cheesy Cheese Puffs. Yeah, that's her name. She's trying to do something, right? But she's only a Lulu at level 3. How much can you do? Although you spoke about Rack Attack trying to do something in the early game, I don't think there's a lot to do. Top is an island currently, and Davidson cannot be ganked. Even though Zach has a lot of CC, you can go in with the E, take that shield out, and maybe try to get that W off. It's a bit of a risk, because he can just get away. He has the flash, he didn't go Ghost Mundo, but he's gonna try it. Let's see if actually
I don't think you can get this.
I think he does. I think he does. Look, he's not trying to get away. He's already half HP. He uses up that flash, and now he did actually get away, but they burned out a flash with no investment whatsoever.
Yeah, very little investment to get a flash definitely is a nice play, but I feel like the top lane is actually your least lucrative angle right now if you are Murray State, just because the Mundo with the passive shield is so difficult to lock down. You know, you can just walk through the elastic slingshot, maybe gets pulled better, but also not too much damage coming through early from the Nasus and the Zac means that Davidson's feeling pretty comfortable on this side, so I don't think that flash being down will really result in too much. Would like to see Rack Attack actually pathing from top down towards the bottom side to try to play around this Jhin. This is the utility ADC that sets up pretty nicely for ganks, or more towards mid. Zac ganking mid very effectively with the long range on the E. But either way, that is not the reality that we are living in, and it is still a flash one on the top side.
Yeah, speaking of the top side, and this will be my last final note for this little island that they're showing up here, I don't like how Applebee's is playing it. Like, as a Nasus, you need to stack up as much as you can, farm that stuff up. But it looks like he's just getting frozen down, and it's like Davidson is actually just pressuring him off, and look at that, he's grass trading, but it's for nothing. Like, the HP doesn't go down, so it's gonna be a very slow burn down there into the top side. But it looks like Zac is coming in here onto Leah, but it's gonna be just far enough so that she can get away. He's trying out these ganks and it just doesn't connect.
It's just not much setup. Pro tip for any prospective Zac players out there, throw your elastic slingshot behind where your opponent is likely to go, because either they have to run through it to get away, or you force them to step forward into your damage threats. Rack Attack, conversely, throwing the elastic slingshot in front of them means that they can just walk backwards for free. So just those little, micro executions can really make a big difference in this game. And Golden and Leah, they're feeling pretty comfortable on this bottom side. Sean the Sentinel has fortunately managed to close up the CS gap at least a little bit, only down about 5 to 6 to 7 at this point, which is not as substantial as it was when he was forced to base.
Speaking of 7s, we've hit minute 7 right now, and it looks like people are even hitting their level 7s. We've already hit some 6s. We've got some ultimates online. Particularly mid side here is going to be the one that we have to watch, because as top is getting more aggressive, Zac is going to have to divert that pressure. And you can tell that Noble right now has finished his jungles. He's just looking for a gank. He went down there in mid, and now he's trying to get some vision for Drake. First Drake being an Infernal, though, I would have liked to see an Infernal Drake coming out here for both teams. It would have benefited them both immensely. But I guess we're just going to have to see something else.
Yeah, you always hate to see an Inferno first. It means no Inferno Soul. It means no big damage later on. But it definitely means it is a good one to get. And with the bot side pressure that Golden and Leah have been putting down, it does look like that Mount Union Academy will be looking to take it. But no, they're going to go for an invade first. But Rack Attack already clearing those bottom side camps. Now coming up towards the top side. Remember, Davidson has no flash, but Applebee's Vivo not quite able to find a freeze critically. Means that Davis...
Oh... Both ultimates going out here for the mid side. Yeah, they're just trading it out. They're trying to feel each other out, and it looks like nobody's hitting their skill shots.
Yeah, there's just not enough damage. You know, Swain, pretty tanky, even early on. He's got a lot of HP there, does Absence of Mind. So, Potato not really finding the damage, but he's able to reset the wave at least, are both mid laners, so they're just going to take their resets. And Potato is up just a bit of farm, so definitely feeling comfortable about his position in this game. And Murray State, though, they are down about 500 gold due to the CS advantages in every single other position. Noble Dark, not going for any of those early ganks that we saw Rack Attack going for means that there's a bit of a camp lead in jungle, as well as in the side lanes, which is to be expected.
Something that we didn't really talk about yet is that item optimization, especially for Potato here on the Nico, starting out with that Oblivion Orb. For the Swain, sure, but Swain doesn't scale that much with his health regen or just his ultimate healing really in the early game. You have to wait in for like about level 11 for that to start hitting hard. But until then, he should have really opted in for more AP in my opinion, because for now he's absolutely getting dominated in lane. You can tell that Zac is trying to apply some pressure, but he just doesn't find an opening yet. I think it's gonna come in right now. But also bot is pretty interesting to look at. We're gonna move down there, and the Whiplash is gonna hit. Finally, Absence of Mind flashing away is gonna get the Dark Harvest. Interestingly enough, playing Swin with Dark Harvest. Wow, I just noticed that.
Yeah, definitely not what I would have expected. Crit.
Oh, there goes the first blood coming out here, and Leah is gonna be the second one. She's trying to take out Cheesy Cheese Puffs, and it's gonna happen, but it's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade, and now the mid side as well is gonna have a trade of their own going in for those mid laners. Can a Rack Attack do it, or will he get killed off as well? Looks like Absence of Mind, 1 HP, is trying to get away as well, and now the top island is finally doing some work. Davidson is gonna get taken down by that Nasus, and it looks like Absence of Mind is getting fed and fed. Okay, walk us through what just happened.
All of a sudden, this game just blows open. 7 kills after nearly 10 minutes of nothing happening. It starts on the bottom side. Sean the Sentinel finds the 4th shot onto Golden. Golden dying with exhaust up. Certainly not what you wanted. So 2-for-1 comes on the bottom side. Then it's an extended trade of 1-for-1s across the map. In the mid side, Potato finds the first kill onto Noble Dark, but then Absence of Mind able to pick up both kills. Rack Attack not expending the ultimate definitely does hurt. And then Applebee's Vivo up on the top side, finding the solo kill on a Nasus. And, you know, considering what we were expecting out of this lane, that is definitely going to be a problem for Mount Union Academy, getting 2 plates as well. Murray State, they find themselves with about a 500 gold lead, which, while it doesn't seem the most significant, their scaling is starting to come online.
It is indeed, and now I'm presenting to you the question: Swain versus Jin, who wins now? Because Jin will never be alone. He has a Lulu to work with, right? So when you're thinking in this 2v1 perfect scenario coming in from Murray State here, do you think Swain stands a chance if he picks up like 1 or 2 more kills?
Oh, for sure. So if you're asking me who's scarier for getting kills, it's definitely Swain. Swain's one of those champions that, if he gets going, can 1v9 the game, right? Like, you do not want to see a Swain get fed. But what I will say, and I mentioned it at the beginning of the game, is that if Jin gets going in this game, he can have a lot of easier time shredding the tanky frontline on Mount Union Academy. So even though it probably won't be quite as scary from a 1v9 perspective, it will be good for helping your team's overall damage profile. So Sean the Sentinel picking up those 2 kills will help, but I'm definitely looking at Absence of Mind to be able to put his team on his back.
Somebody that has been going under the radar a bit, though, is going to be Noble here. He just hasn't gotten 1 single counter gank here. He's tried it a bit in mid. Potato has been kind of just moving away from all the attempts that he's had here. And Absence of Mind is going to get finally ganked up upon by Rack Attack, but it looks like he's just going for the CS. Instead, it's going to be the 2v2 here for the jungle side. They're going to take a bit of a backwards approach to it and just go back to that jungle. So see, there's just a lot of trading going on. They're trying to feel each other out, and currently it's just going in the favor of Absence of Mind because he has that 2-kill advantage. Now let's hope the same tactic is not employed onto this bot side, because then Murray State is just gonna go all the way in, and they're gonna be way more scarier than whatever the enemy team could pull off.
Fortunately for Mount Union Academy, they do have very good ward coverage in the bottom side of the river. They were already able to pick up the first dragon, second one spawning in just about 20 seconds. Herald summon mid to try to generate pressure, funnel more gold on Absence of Mind. Leah does need to be careful as she is low. Here comes the curtain call.
Yeah, here it comes, and the ultimate coming in from Soraka as well. She's still gonna get taken down. Now the time is for Noble to get the hell out of there, because look at that, he's now engaging with Rack Attack, and it's gonna be a 3v2. Golden coming in as well. They're exhausting away Rack Attack, but it does not matter. The flash and the kill is gonna come in for Cheesy Cheese Puffs, actually, and the asleep Rack Attack is still not gonna get taken down, even though he doesn't have that passive. He's still going in there. He's still the tankiest boy around. And yet another kill goes on for Murray State Gold.
And it's a beautiful punish right there for Murray State Gold. I was just talking about the control on the bottom side that Mount Union Academy did have, but Absence of Mind was not able to rotate to that fight. Remember, Ignite instead of the teleport means that he's not really able to get down to the bottom side quickly at all, much less the fact that teleports aren't even unleashed yet. So they're able to find the deadly flourish onto Leah, and as soon as that Soraka dies to the curtain call, there's just no fight left in this Mount Union Academy roster, especially not on the bottom side of the map. So they're able to clean up 2 quick kills and take away the dragon, stop any potential soul stacking. It is going to be a Hex Tech Rift and a Hex Tech Soul in this one, which is a pretty powerful soul. I would say many would argue is the most powerful in the game right now. So stopping any potential stacking on that side definitely will be influential. And it is Murray State finding themselves with about a 1,000 gold advantage here at 14.5 minutes. Not insurmountable by any means, but definitely significant.
It's definitely significant since Jin just picked up that Gale Force. First of all, he has the first mything in the game, and now Potato tries to take away Absence of Mind. Oh, that flash was not that good. Potato, are you still gonna go down? You're using it as well. Rack Attack trying to get this kill in before he
the burn!
killed himself. But oh my god.
Absence of Mind. Leandri's burn manages to take down Potato, but it is the Nico picking up a kill
look at Sean.
for herself. As Noble Dark is hovering.
I thought Sean would get tower dive over there, and looks like Noble isn't trying it that hard. I'm surprised though that Davison is losing top lane.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, Applebee's Vivo with the Mercury Treads rush as well, which is not exactly something that I would have pegged as a great rush into the Mundo. I feel like Mundo does a lot of mixed damage and doesn't have any hard CC or anything of that nature to really, capacity for. But Applebee's Vivo, they've just been stacking up on the top side there, and he's feeling very comfortable. His tower getting extremely low, and with Rack Attack hovering means that he can play with near impunity. Look at how much damage that Siphoning Strike did to the tower.
And now Noble trying to peel out for his
this.
teammate. Davidson is going to fall down to 1 HP, and he's going to get taken out over there. The drowsy to sleep Applebee's has all the chances in the world to get this kill onto Noble Dark as well, because he, in all honesty, is 2 Qs away from dying.
Noble Dark is just not very strong in this game. Yeah, he's got a massive camp lead over his opposite number, but none of his plays have really gone his way, and this is sort of what it comes down to, is there's just not really any setup on Mount Union Academy, which just means you have a well-farmed Lilia that can't actually generate much pressure for herself at all. Absence of Mind now under threat.
And now Zach, there you go, the second gank coming into mid and being perfectly timed.
Great stopwatch.
Going in there, the ultimate coming in from the Absence of Mind. Can he get away with it though? He used up his Zonias and now is under tower, tries to get this kill, but his greediness is gonna get him killed. Now there you go. The once-fed Bastion, the last hope coming in here for Mount Union in the early game, is gonna get taken down. And as we pass minute 17, where is the hope? Where is the hope currently for the blue side Hawk?
That's a great question, because we talked about at the beginning of the game, whoever gets ahead might just win this one because of how hard scaling and how indexed into team fighting these two comps are. And again, Mount Union Academy, they just don't really have any setup. So when you start falling behind like this, where are you supposed to find a play? And as you said, Atro, the last Bastion there in the mid lane had no flash, and despite a pretty good stopwatch there, just not having the tankiness, not having this sustain to get out. And although I was with you questioning the Oblivion Orb a little bit, especially when you have a support that can build the Chemtech Putrefier, which, as I say that is a Leandri's Lulu, which is a bold item choice, shall I say. But either way, I was questioning the Oblivion Orb, but clearly they've gotten value out of it due to how much jungle attention they've sent mid. The heal cut has mattered on these two ganks, you'd have to think.
Yeah, and now Potato's starting to activate his DPS, that was a full combo in Absence of Mind. Sure, the second Q didn't hit, but there you go, half HP already gone down the drain. Noble can't do anything about it. He's forced to reset here, and the lead can just keep on growing for Potato. Now, we don't have to focus only onto the mid side, because as we see, there is a lot of pressure coming in from top, as Applebee's has definitely won his lane. Coming in from bottom as well, where it looks like Jin is just unstoppable. And yeah, I think that's the game. Don't send a crusade over me for that one, supporters of Mount Union. But for game one, I think that's it.
I think it's a fair assessment. I mean, definitely the biggest surprise this game has been how much the Nasus has run over the top side matchup. I knew that Nasus would be able to stack up pretty well up there, as Cheesy Cheese Puff should be okay here on the bottom side. But, I knew that the Nasus would stack up well, but I did not expect it to sort of hit critical mass this early. This Nasus is extremely strong, and I think stronger, faster than Mount Union would have liked to shot the Sentinels in.
First actual team fight going on here. The bullet time is going in, along with the Lilia ultimate to stun away all the people. It looks like Nico is going to have her value in the
Rift Herald on top side.
The critical comes back down there. Cheesy Cheese Puff is not going to get away, and Swain still gets those 2 kills. This was the comeback that Mount Union had to mount up, and it looks like that's exactly what they did onto the back of that Swain. But while you're getting that Drake, while you're getting those kills, your base is absolutely going to get taken off.
I don't know if Davidson wanted to take that.
To in him.
Oh, Davidson, okay, probably gonna be okay up here on the top side. And, you know, you don't need setup if the enemy team's just gonna run right into you. Murray State basically gifting a 4v5 team fight on a silver platter to Mount Union Academy. Davidson was in position sooner, as Applebee's does need to be careful. Ghost going to be popped and run on out. However, despite the 5v4, it is still only a 2-for-1 in favor of Mount Union. Meanwhile, on the top side, Applebee's is going to take a 20-minute inhib with the Rift Herald on the top side. So I would say Murray State is saying worth in all chat. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have given over that fight. You know, if you're just saying, hey, our top lane is going to push on the top side, he doesn't have teleport, you just don't fight for the second dragon. That doesn't really matter. But considering the fact that it was only a 2-for-1 and not something worse, means that pretty solid play for Murray State, all things considered.
I think so as well. And now coming up with it, they've started to mount up. I hope it's not a false hope, but it is something akin to just them getting their morale back up, them saying, hey, we can just all in onto this Swain and hope that Absence of Mind can absolutely go ham on this Nasus, who is absolutely amazingly winning his lane, winning the game currently, and he's gonna get one-shotted. Oh, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
That is a lot of damage. This Nico coming online, the electrocute trades just doing so much, and with the support of his team, able to take down Applebee's Vivo is in a 1v3, but I gotta be honest with you, Atro, I feel like there's a very good chance that he wins that.
Yeah.
Like, straight up, that is a strong Nasus.
Not only that, though, you mentioned the electrocute on... Oh,
no. Okay, never mind, that was a clone.
Okay. I thought that was the real one as well, but he's still gonna get one-shotted on his tower. It does not matter. Yeah, that's it. Murray State goals. Well played on this first game. I want to see the next draft, but you said the electrocute Nico, right? When I saw like in minute 7 that Absence of Mind was running Dark Harvest on Swain, I was a bit like, wait, what? Why is he doing that? Because I usually play Swain with electrocute. He's absolutely OP. He gets insane poke damage out of literally anyone he lanes against. But in this case, I don't know. Wow, Rack, you're aggressive. You're very aggressive today, getting into that bullet time as well. It looks like MF is gonna get taken down yet again in just like 1 second before the curtain call was called out for nothing. Literally nothing.
Potato is finding some amazing roots on this Nico, managing to root Golden despite him trying to cancel the bullet time right there and getting taken down. Objective bounty is now coming online, I think to the surprise of nobody here for Mount Union Academy, but as you said, I don't think it's going to be enough. And you know, Atro, to take a step back and talk a little bit more about this mid lane matchup, because I do feel like that has been the big catalyst of this game for both teams, is, you know, not only did Absence of Mind take Dark Harvest, but he took the Ignite on this Swain, the summoner spell that basically says, I am going to beat you in lane, but we didn't really see it happening. I mean, Potato looked pretty comfortable for the entire laning phase, was up about 10 CS for most of it as well, so I feel like the Ignite not working out, the Dark Harvest not working out, and while I respect the confidence from Absence of Mind to take the aggressive Summoner spell, to take the aggressive rune choice, I think it is pretty clear that it has not panned out.
I think also a big difference in between these two teams is gonna be the jungle, because Noble, sure, he's been farming. He has 164 farm, but he's... Yeah, he has a...
That's so much damage.
Oh yeah, it is. But like, he's under-leveled. Despite him being 164 CS up, and Zach only having 123. Zach's been having way more pressure in the lanes. Zach's been having just a lot more fun going in through this game, right? And he's been showing it. He's definitely been having a good time going in and ganking these lanes.
Oh,
and
Potato!
Look at it, Flash R coming in from Potato, getting one, getting the second, and the third going out there with the help of Nasus. There you go, ladies and gents.
Oh my word. Murray State, they're showing why they are currently undefeated. Yes, they dropped one game against Redbird's Academy, but they are still 2-0 in series score, and it looks like they're going to be improving to 1-0 in this series potentially. We'll see if they're able to end right now, but remember, only 24.5 minutes into the game means that death timers are just so damn short. Potato finds the ulti flash around the Baron, makes it look all too easy. 2 of those kills, Atro, were solo kills for this Nico. Bullet time's not gonna mean a thing as Murray State breaks the base.
Something else that's not gonna mean a thing is that if Potato and Nasus and Applebee's just get down in mid lane, it really doesn't matter if they 2v5 this, 2v8, 1v9, they're gonna do it all because they could have realistically ended this if they were really greedy about it. But I guess they're still playing with their foot a bit. Like, they just want to be extremely sure at getting this Hextech Drake as well. I don't think there's anybody to steal it, and there he goes.
Oh, wait a minute, no,
Wait,
they got the steal.
Wait, what? Wait,
Objective bounty coming through. I mean, that is a pretty monumental steal here for Mount Union. It does put them on soul points, so if they're able to stall out this Baron, that does actually mean something, and it does get a lot of gold in your back pocket as well. So I think in the short term, yeah, Murray State probably is still, you know, the favorite to win this game. They definitely are still the favorite to win this game, right? But if you are able to manage to survive for the next 5 minutes, then all of a sudden, that is a pretty massive steal.
Yeah, I guess you are just playing tower defense at this point. And what towers do you have to defend besides the one right next to your Nexus? It's going to be a toughie. It's going to be a tough one coming in for Mount Union, but I believe. You know, I'm an optimist. I like to think myself as an optimist, and I always think that both teams always have a fighting chance. This time, the early game was definitely in the favor for Murray State Gold. But can they pull it back? That's the question, and that's the true show of skill coming in here, especially from Absence of Mind, and especially from the underdog that kind of lost his lane over there. Davidson, 200 CS, going a bit under the radar, picking up his second item over there. Maybe he'll be able to tank it up. Who knows?
Maybe, definitely a possibility. Murray State is just sort of A-ramming mid right now, not playing for side lanes at all, which is not really ideal. And in the 5v4, remember, no teleport on Applebee's. The Mundo is on the flank.
Let's see how much he can do. Oh, he missed the Q going in there with the E as well. And now two Drowdies coming in for Lilia. There you go. Cheesy Cheese Puffs is going to get taken out. And look at that tank damage coming in from Rack Attack. He's trying to get away, and the flash is going to go away as well. Curtain Cole to try and peel away for his teammates, but it does not matter. Davidson is going to get that kill onto Nico, get a huge shutdown bounty, and there goes back away the game, trying to mount up a comeback. I like what I'm seeing, Hawk.
And if you're looking to survive to Soul, that's how you do it. Murray State just running into the base, 5v4. Your ultra-fed Nasus is nowhere to be found. Massive macro misplay coming through from the leading team here, and Mount Union Academy, they punish dearly, managing to find the fight and claim 3 kills, but most importantly, they claim another lease on life in this game. Yes, they are still 5,000 gold behind. Yes, their base is still in shambles, but they are not done yet.
Those Mercury threads, though, coming in from the side of Murray State Gold are doing a lot of, not really damage, but just a lot of sustain coming in for their team, because there's a lot of AP coming in from this draft from Mount Union Academy. There's only really MF who can do anything about it, and I mean, honestly, we haven't seen her do that much here, right, Hawk? I mean, we've seen some bullets time hitting their marks perfectly, a lot of sustainable damage, sure, going in on Rack Attack, going in on Applebee's, going into the front line. But when you're MF, don't you think that you should have that one-shot Patricia going in onto the back line, going in for Cheesy Cheese Puffs, going in for Sean? But he just hasn't died yet. Sean is 3-0, perfect score, as well as Applebee's trying to get away in here and trying to get that turret in the 3v1.
Just drawing pressure.
The bullet time that I talked about, and now the Lily ultimate as well. I think
he's win this?
Get taken out. I think he does. Oh my god, I think he does. He's gonna flash away.
Oh, no, okay.
Coming in for Masters of Mind. Okay, thank god.
But he's just buying time.
Is he? Oh my god, yes he is. Oh my god, Rack Attack is going in for it. He's trying to steal as much as he can.
4v4.
For his teammates. There you go. Cheese Puff still gets those kills. I don't know how Applebee's from behind still tries to get into this team fight, and I think that's GG for game number 1 coming in here for Murray State Gold. Oh my god, what a game. The ups and downs.
What a game indeed. Murray State Gold, they're going to take game number 1 of this best of 3 series as soon as they wait for Applebee's to get in position on the side lane before running into the base. The play just looks a whole lot different. I mean, it really is the difference maker. Having your top laner, your ultra-fed Nasus that was, I don't want to say winning a 1v3, but holding his own in a 1v3 and seeing him get involved in that play just makes all the difference. It means that it's a pretty quick and clean close out from Murray State.
It was indeed, and now we're gonna move into game number 2, hopefully with a bit of a better draft. I don't know if these two teams have a coach necessarily. Do you have any info?
I do not. I do not. But I would agree that at least the drafts were very interesting, very ambitious. I think the compositions had something that they wanted to do, but not necessarily the most cohesion within.
Yeah, but coming in for the next game, let's hope we see something different. But we are gonna take just a slight break going in for setting up everything that we have to set up. So don't go anywhere. Grab some popcorn, and we'll be right back. And welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. Same casters for the second game between these two wonderful teams of Mount Union and MSU Gold. What'd you think? What'd you thought? Let's be more specific, Hawk, of the last game.
Yeah, I think that Murray State looked really good in their lanes, and that really contributed to, I would say, we would both agree was a pretty easy win. They got ahead in their side lanes, finding a 2v2 kill on the bottom side, finding a solo kill on the top side, and from that point forward, they pretty much never looked back. So, if you're Mount Union right now, you've got to find a way to try to disrupt these lanes, because we saw the Lilia jungle last game for Noble Dark, and we didn't really see much come of it.
Yeah, well, it's all gonna be about the draft, in my opinion. Draft is mega important, especially at the ranks that we are looking at these players. Most of them ranging in and around about gold, low gold, high silver. So it's definitely gonna be an individual. Just play what you know you can play and play it well. And I think we've been seeing a lot of that. And with these bans that we've seen last game as well, I think these are just OTPs. They're banning away the OTPs.
Absolutely. That's definitely the case. Again, Zeri blue side ban, not something that you would typically expect. And it's also worth noting, again, that we did do pro draft. So the teams are not going to be picking in draft order. They're just going to be picking what they're playing. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go, with the Tahm Kench top being the first lock, which is not really something I feel like we've seen ever since the adjustments to Tahm Kench's balancing. I think he's mostly been considered a support pick as of late, with some pickups in high level play, but not really any at all in the top lane. But I think it is important to note that this is true in any level of collegiate, whether or not you are, one of these lower level teams that is here in the Navigators White Division, all the way up to the top upper echelon of CLOL, teams like Maryville or Redbird or Winthrop or what have you. Comfort is king. And whatever you're comfortable on will most likely be the best thing to play. So I do think that is at least a good explanation for a lot of the picks we're seeing. But the real test in draft is getting to see how you can marry that comfort with picks that synergize well together, and I think that is definitely going to be the difficult task.
That's gonna be a difficult task, right? But you also have to think, sure, play whatever you're good at. Well, when you're good at something like a Xerath going into a Cassia over here, things might get to change. When you have a counter pick, a clear counter pick that might just win out the lane, then you kind of have to think like, okay, maybe I'll have to try something else out, because it doesn't always work out. Golden seems to be really loving out this MF and is going to keep at it yet again in this game as well. But I like the new junglers. I really like the new junglers, and now the new supports as well. Nautilus, Rel, a lot of tanks, a lot of engages. That's what I wanted to see last game.
I definitely like to see the engage. I think the Soraka just didn't really get that much value from Mount Union last game. They were never really able to see their scaling come online. So although your lane is definitely weaker, I still favor the Misfortune and Nautilus into what seems like is going to be a Rel Akshan bottom lane, which, again, speaking of things that we haven't really seen, it's Akshan bottom lane. So we'll see if Sean the Sentinel has some technology that we haven't really had access to, but definitely more proactivity, I think, across the board for both teams, but specifically Mount Union. My biggest gripe with their composition last game was that they had no way to start plays other than like a Lilia flash sleep or a random swirl seed. This time around, you've got the Nautilus, very, very clear go button, and you've also got a Diana for Noble Dark that I think provides very strong follow-up engage.
Indeed, I do think it does, and I just can't stress this out enough. Finally, we get to see a Rel. I have not seen a Rel in the collegiate scene or just like all the scenes whatsoever. She's been mega underplayed, and I think she's a good champion in overall. She's definitely good sustain. She's definitely good engage. So we'll just have to see how Akshan plays around it, because Akshan, from what I know at least, he's a very 1v2e champion, especially on the bot side. He's gonna go in way often after level 6 and try to pull off these insane plays. So until then, Rel is gonna kind of have to carry out the lane.
Definitely. Akshan is considered a lane bully in solo lanes due to his very high damage potential and extreme safety. But in the bottom side of the map, he is actually a little bit more confined. He's not able to take over the 2v2 as much as he would in a solo lane. But with that being said, especially up against a melee carry of the likes of Nautilus, if you're able to find any sort of lockdown, if the Nautilus ever steps up too far, this Akshan will put down a lot of punishment. And likewise, if you're able to even remotely get on top of this misfortune, she will die very fast. But you do need to be very cognizant of the poke that the misfortune can put down, because if you're getting hit by those double ups through the minions, then all of a sudden you're half HP on the Akshan and you can't really look for those all-in angles. But fortunately, you're not only relying on Cheesy Cheese Puff to find those engage angles, because again, Rack Attack is on another tank engaged jungler. This time around, it's going to be the Amumu.
Yeah, and I like to see the Amumu, right? The Amumu is definitely a champion where you can clear out your camps pretty fast and then go and absolutely go for every gank that you can pull off. Now with the multiple Qs at his disposal, I think it's going to be pretty easy to pull off this time, rather than that Zac play that we've seen quite a bit missed in the early game. So early game is going to be yet again an important part of the game that we're going to have to watch out for. But this time, though, the scaling isn't as bad in my opinion. The mid laners are definitely the ones that are going to have to carry the late game if we get like to minute 30, 35. But until then, pre-minute 30, where we have to still watch out for objectives, we still have to watch out for, just individual skirmishes that are going to pop out here and there. I just think that we're going to have to watch out for anything else besides top and mid. We're going to have to focus down on bot, focus down on jungle, and hope to God that we're going to see some action.
I definitely think that bottom lane will be the most electrifying. And I agree that I think that the composition's not as hard scaling focused, a little bit more mid game index for both teams. Clearly, this is signaling to me that Murray State said, hey, we were able to get ahead in the last game. Let's just do it again and win quickly. And then it's Mount Union saying, hey, they got ahead of us. Let's pick something that can keep up and fight early on. So I think a clear adaptation from both teams coming through. It should be a lot of action on the bottom side for sure between both of these teams. And I think the big thing to look out for is, as you mentioned, Rack Attack on this Amumu tried a lot of plays last game on the Zac. Not too many of them really worked out early on. There was a lot of missed opportunities, I think, in the early game, or half-hearted opportunities. And meanwhile, Noble Dark was just farming up. Fortunately, Rack Attack was still able to get his team ahead. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Eventually, one is bound to land, and one eventually did. But if the same thing happens again, once Noble Dark hits 6, I'm able to see if he can use that farm advantage to start turning the lanes around.
Okay, I get you. But something that we didn't talk about for now until we actually do get into this game, because it looks like we're finally getting into it, is the Lonesome Island of top. 2 grasps going in here for both Applebee's and for Davidson. It's not going to be fun to watch. I think we can just steer away from that lane in case there's going to be some weird ganks coming in from Amumu or Diana. If that's not going to happen, then are we ever going to look at top? I don't think so.
It's the same story as last game, where I feel like you just want to leave Applebee's on an island up here to, frankly, just beat the crap out of this Tom Kench,
Yeah.
I feel like the Yorick just should have Perma Prio up here, and if you leave him alone, you bring Noble Dark down to the bottom side. You can leverage your stronger 3v3s and 3v2s to Armory State. So I really don't want to see Rack Attack get a leash start on the bottom side. I think that would be, for lack of a better term, a clear does look like that is going to end up being the case anyway, unfortunately. There will be attention paid to the top side. It seems both junglers.
Yeah. So until we actually do get to see some action, I think we're going to move into here. Minions are rolling on up, and both teams being as ready as possible. I have good hopes for this one. I think this one is going to be much closer than the precedent. And maybe we're going to be seeing some interesting team fights. Do you think they had a lot of team fight possibilities? Both teams in this regard.
Oh, for team fight possibilities are really huge. Any composition which in and it's going to be looking a team fight. And I think the same goes for any composition with the Amumu. There's a lot of AoE, a lot of damage potential from both teams. The setup's there. It really will just come down to where the gold is allocated. Because if I'm being honest, I feel like these team fights are going to look like whoever one-shots who first is going to come out on top.
True. True. And let's hope it's not going to turn into a game of one-shots. Because if it does, then, oh boy, is it going to be hard to play. And something that I didn't pick up on, which I definitely do like, is having a look down at the items. Okay, Leah, I see you. I see you. Starting out early, starting out with those hooks. I like it. I was about to say, Cassiopeia starting out with that tier. That's what you want to see. You want to have the early stacking. You want to have her. You want to have Potato just coming up strong in the early game, saying, "Hey, I'm gonna be stacking this up, just playing defensively, minding my own business, minding my own care. I'm fine."
For sure. And it's really interesting against the Xerath. I actually feel like you maybe would want to index a little bit more into damage just because Xerath is a champion that outranges you and generally should. Well, I say should, but is currently not getting priority over you. But if you're able to find one of those Noxious Blasts, you can really trade back heavily. So, but either way, I mean, clearly the tier start seems to be working out here for Potato and definitely does accelerate your scaling on this Cassio. So, you know, you can't knock it if it's working for sure, and it definitely seems to be working out.
True. Something that I didn't... Ooh, let's see the jungler's going at it. Noble Dark using up his might and giving away a free scuttle now. Amumu is going to have a really easy start here, I think. I was going to say...
Amumu is just such an annoying champion early game. He's so much tankier than most other junglers early on, and his burst is really surprising with you know, all of the Qs and the E's coming out. So, yeah, Wreck Attack, nicely done, able to win himself.
Nicely done indeed. Okay, so it looks like the junglers are finally starting up to look for the first gank coming in here for minute 4. Potato's gonna fall down to low HP. He tries to go under the tower. Oh wow, he's playing in aggressively. And Leah sadly gonna miss away that hook, gonna get stunned away, and the bot side is not even gonna be showed because there's not that much going on. There's a lot of tankiness going down there. So we're just gonna have to wait and see if Noble Dark gets this important kill on this Potato. Potato who's 1 HP and no mana away. So realistically, he should back away. Does he greed here? Greed gets the better of us.
Yeah, Potato not having enough mana for Miasma is absolutely massive. It means he won't be able to stop Noble Dark from getting on top of him and will almost certainly be forced to flash if a gank comes through in the wave. Not really in the most favorable spot. We do see a bit of a fight on bottom side. Minion advantage for Murray State.
Oh, and there he goes. Cheesy Cheese Pup
XCC.
going in with the exhaust as well. Golden, low HP on their tower is going to get
Flash.
ignited away, but the flash is going to be used up and no kills are going to be traded out today, and not for now at least. Look at how aggressive Cheesy plays it.
Yeah, Cheesy, though, they're going to try to get the remount onto Leo, but they accidentally auto a minion. Unfortunate, you hate to see it, but at the end of the day, not going to be the end of the world. And that's exactly what I was talking about, Atro. If you're able to find out that misfortune, the damage that can come through is immense. And yeah, you blow an ignite and don't get a kill, but the amount of lane priority you get from that play is substantial. Now, both your opponents are half HP, no pots. You have your pots still on Sean the Sentinel, and they don't have their flashes either. So if you are able to bring Rack Attack down to this bottom side, as I think you should be pathing if you're this Amumu Potato.
It's gonna go down. First of all, gonna start it off this time again for Murray State Gold. That's what I like to see. And also, no vision on the bot side. The Drake is all theirs because the pressure is definitely here from Sean.
Yeah, and there it is. If you're able to find the Noxious Blast on the Cassio, the Xerath doesn't do much damage. Here comes the fight.
Leah, you're gonna get your support. You're gonna get yourself killed, honestly, and your ADC. Sorry, I interrupted you there, but oh god.
Oh, no worries at all. I mean, I just wasn't expecting that engage from Leah. You're half HP. You both don't have flash. You're down in exhaust as well. I think that is a very ill-advised play, and now you give up a double kill to this Akshan that can start snowballing. Now your mid lane as well, starting to get out of hand from the solo kill of Potato. And, you know, we talked about the missed opportunities from Rack Attack last game. Well, he's been power farming alongside this Diana, and while I have to say I think that favors Diana, you are still pretty much even in camp. So if your lanes are just going to win without your help, then why not just power farm? You know, you don't need to do much else.
I have the Deja Vu soundtrack in the back of my head right now, going in full throttle, because that's how it started out last game, you know. And last game, you could even make the say that, you know, was it a 3-2 or a 4-3 trade going in for these two teams. Now it's a clear 3-0. for Murray State Gold. So they're starting out even better. Topside is going to steadily stack up as well. And if Applebee's gets his deja vu as well as I am getting it, then he's going to be winning that lane. And I don't know what's going to happen next because it's not looking that good right here for Mount Union.
I mean, it's the same story as last game. Leave Applebee's alone on the side lane, and he will probably take over this game. Yorick, how do you deal with Yorick if you are this Mount Union Academy roster? You don't really have the best split pushers anywhere in your composition, and the free push potential of Yorick is absolutely huge. Yeah, Murray State, they need to be a little bit more wary of the hard engage that can come through.
Look at Noble going in on Potato. The ultimate coming in from Cassiopeia, though, is going to stun him away. Noble going to force away that flash, and now the E coming in from Masters of Mind. The Moonlight going to shine down on him and get themselves both taken out right now. A 1-for-1 trade finally going in for the side of Mount Union, along with Leah trying to set something up over there. Davidson is stuck in a cage, and a nice little plate over there is going to be taken down by Applebee's. Okay, run me through what just happened because there was a lot.
It's taking up the maiden right there. That's a big demolish proc on the top side. And it is Noble Dark getting caught out by Potato at the onset of the play, but they're able to find the chain CC onto the Cassio, which means that the burst can come through unimpeded. So although Noble Dark dies, it is a 1-for-1 with assist gold picked up for Mount Union. So it is like a little bit of a gold advantage there, but in terms of pressure, Murray State, they're still ahead. They've got the 2-0 Akshan, so there's not really any sort of response. They're able to take first Dragon, which, remember, was taken by Mount Union last game. We talk about soul stacking. Ocean Drake is the best Dragon to get early game. That extra sustain in your lanes could be absolutely huge. And seeing Mountain means it's going to be either Cloud Inferno or Hex Tech. And, again, top pressure means you can also take early Herald. Already a 20 CS lead has opened up on the top side. Davidson is getting absolutely destroyed by this Yorick counter pick. Applebee's making those R5 top lane picks count.
You asked me before what you could do against this Yorick, and as crazy as it may sound, I think the best course of action here would be to send Absence of Mind to top. You know, he definitely outrages Yorick. The tower is already going down a bit. Just try to get him top. Definitely Tom Kench can deal away with Potato as much as he can. You know, it's still a better matchup rather than that Yorick. And now the exhaust is going to come in on Cheesy Cheese Puff. Oh, there you go, the ignite as well. And it looks like this action is just going to go to town, take the kill onto Golden, and poor Leah over there is not going to get the stun of the tower, not going to get that damage, and hopefully not get herself killed out there, as it's just a tough world for Rack Attack as well. Oh boy.
Exhaust on the Rel, not really what you're hoping to see right there, but to be fair, I don't know if Golden was really getting out of that one. Again, she holds on to the flash and does end up dropping. So, bit of a misplay from the Mount Union Academy ADC, and it does get punished. Sean the Sentinel, you know, he got bullied in lane last game, Atro, but he's saying in this one, enough is enough. I am playing for lane, and I'm going to make you pay. 3-0 is the scoreline. And almost certainly sitting on a lot of gold as well, as the items are currently even between the ADCs, but Sean the Sentinel, 3-0, probably just has not backed in a little while.
Yeah, he's going to run out of mana soon, and I think we're going to see that back. Maybe even first mythic item going in for him. Look at whoa, Rack Attack, what are you doing, bro? The Moonlight's going to come in here. The flash away from it is the
bait?
It's the bait under tower. He's going to get taken away, but Potato is going in for it with no mana! No mana, Potato! Oh, no! Gonna get taken out by Xerath, and that was the biggest misplay that I've ever seen in my life.
Well, signs of life for Mount Union. They find the double kill after the over-ambitious play from Murray State. Potato, he saw the double kill. They were both poisoned, but he was out of mana. He couldn't use the Twin Fangs to finish off either kill. That is unfortunate right there. Unlucky, as they say, Astro. Applebee's, though, gonna look for this one.
I would be so salty if I were Potato right now. Oh my god. Like, you get it, you're in the midst of the moment, you're trying to get those kills. You see Rack Attack being overly aggressive since he's not done anything for the past 10 minutes now. And oh, interesting. Was that a good flash coming in from Golden, trying to use it up early?
Yeah, definitely. If you get caught by even one CC, the Magna Storm comes down and you're almost certainly not getting out, especially in the long lane against an Akshan. He's going to run you down with a grapple shot. So I definitely think good flash by Golden, able to get out of dodge, not drop a third time in this game. But again, not having that tool available means that you are exceptionally vulnerable to the engage. And with Cheesy Cheese Puff having her flash up, Golden will certainly be a target in the coming minutes.
Oh, look at Absence of Mind trying to get away. He's going to get queued away by Rack Attack. And now Rack Attack finally doing up his job. The trade is going to come in for the jungle, but can he get the second? I think he does. Yes, he does. There you go. Noble Dark. No, Noble Dark. The Moonlight away. Does he get the kill on the tower? Winions? Winions, please. Copium. No Copium.
No. Oh, unfortunate. No 2 for 2. No Winions playing. Man, just imagine if Noble Dark had the Moonfall when he first went in. That would have made that fight so much different, but it only came up and available after he had retreated under tower, which means that it is a 2 for 1 in favor of Murray State. They continue to extend their lead. Fortunately, the Herald play was stopped, so small wins where you can find them, but you know, falling further and further behind means that small wins is, you know, exactly that. You're not really getting too much.
I think those small wins are a bit too small, because I was about to say before that fight broke out that Diana is definitely winning her jungler. You know, up in the farm, up in the kills. She's definitely outscaling Rack Attack late game. And she's just doing all the right things, picking up Nasher Tooth over there, thinking that she's going to have the big advantage. Sure, on top you definitely have it, trying to stick up on that Herald, trying to stick up, maybe set up something for Baron, but going in for this Drake, you might have the pressure sometimes coming in from Sean and Cheesy Cheese Puff. But I'm seeing Golden and Leah trying to back it up, trying to play a bit more aggressively, not let them just roll on about. And let's just hope it's going to play out the way that they want to, because if it doesn't, then it's not going to go that well for Mount Eden Academy.
Definitely not, and Golden needs to be very careful positioning against that Dragon Wall, because remember, she has no flash available, which means that I mean, basically
Potato. Potato! Gonna get taken away by all the CC in this game. And now, speaking of CC, huge one coming in from Amumu. Rack Attack going in on Absence Might as well, blocking him away with his own body. Gonna get taken out by the bullet time. And can he get away? No, he cannot. But can Golden get this double kill? I think he can. Yes,
Exhaust.
He does. There you go.
Yeah, Golden manages to find a double in response, including a big shutdown onto Sean the Sentinel. Applebee's, though, going to find just a quick solo kill under tower. Davidson not really standing a chance. You have to think that'll be first tower as well. Dragon was stopped by Mountain Union, so in a 3 for 4 on the bottom side, delayed ace overall. Again, a small win. Yeah, you don't lose the dragon and you go pretty evenly in the team fight, but at the end of it all, you're still not really coming back. You're still down 3,500 gold, and the enemy team is still extremely fed.
I'll tell you why Murray actually lost that fight. They lost that fight because all 3 of those kills somehow went on over to Cheesy Cheese Puff. Don't ask me how, but all of those 3 bounties went on over to the support. So
the Sentinel's in.
Currently coming in with a Moonfall as well. I think Sean is gonna fall down. No, he's alive. He's gonna get the kill. He's gonna get away as well. Getting the second there as well. Now Golden, the only one with the kills.
Look for the remount.
Much. She's trying to get away. Maybe get this kill onto Sean before she goes down. And will it happen? No, it won't. Oh my god, this action. Oh my god.
Yeah, Sean the Sentinel flexing his muscles right there. Just gonna grapple shot into the middle of the fight. Maybe towing the line a little too much, but hey, that's what's called a limit test. Manages to survive, gets the double triumph proc, meaning that Leah's flash in is not able to secure the kill. And then taking down the Nautilus, running down the Misfortune as well. Golden not really having the best of times this game. Yeah, she has 3 kills to her name, but I mean, it's just so hard to play the game if you are this MF. Remember, first pick MF in both games. Clearly, it's a pick that she has confidence in, but I think we are seeing the limitations of the champion in this series, and the reason why that in most competitive leagues, priority is low for the Misfortune.
Yeah, well, not only that, but also the fact that Leah just hit a massive hook over there onto Cheesy Cheese Puffs. Gonna get that bounty away, and can we get it on Sean as well? Yes, we can. The auto Leah being the absolute biggest support right here, coming in for Golden. Getting her just 2 more kills to make her positive in that KDA. That's what you needed. That's what you needed.
That is definitely what you needed. I mean, Golden has now picked up like 3 kills worth of shutdowns in the last 5 minutes. So she is definitely strong with 5 kills on the MF. It's just, you know, I feel like in any sort of fight where Murray State isn't overstaying, such as that fight on the bottom side, it's just going to be very difficult to win. But definitely the kind of plays that you need if you're going to come back in this game.
Oh my god,
Applebee's is 1v2.
Can he get it? He's having his
Oh.
ultimate over there, which I forgot the name of. Coming in because I have my own nickname in Romanian and calling it out for it. It's basically mother-in-law.
I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah,
the
but
Maiden of the Mist, I think, but
mother-in-law sounds better. It portrays.
I like
the-
mother-in-law. It's now officially.
Oh my
mother-in-law.
God,
Oh, hang
Potato!
on.
The disrespect going in there with the ultimate as well. The Flash, he definitely knew he could one-shot, and that's exactly what he did. Okay.
2-item Casio. That's a flash petrifying gaze right there. Really nicely done. I mean, not much else to say. It's a good solo kill from Potato coming through second of the game, I do believe. As you know, he heard us talking about mother-in-laws, and he's like, all right, we got to shut these guys up. We got to show them something on screen.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to go back there because it's a Yorick 1-0 up in farm as well. Tom Kench has no chance up against that. Lane has lost topside yet again. Again, that Deja Vu soundtrack is playing in the back of my mind. I'm seeing the same game being played out twice. And, well, if Murphy's Law states it, then I think Murray State Gold will have yet again another successful game. This time, though, there is a bit of a bigger hope. This time, it's not going to be absence of mind. It's going to be Noble along Golden here, being up a few items.
You've definitely got more strength in your carries than you did last game if you're Mount Union. And I think, you know, Murray State should obviously be favored to win from this position. They are definitely very far ahead in this game, but you know, if they do continue to limit test some of these fights, it could get dangerous. But they do have a 4v4 on the bottom side.
Rack attack, the aggressivity coming in from this
just
jungler
just
is
zoning.
insane. Yeah, just zoning, just phasing on through like 3 people. It's fine. Oh,
if you wanted to hit
CC,
that.
all of it being missed out. Okay.
I think Rack Attack's happy that Bandage Toss didn't hit, because I think that was a one-way trip if you go in with that one. But either way, mostly just zoning off the tower. You know, I say it sarcastically, but it is the last outer turret to go down, so you just transition your 4-man unit down to that side. And then in the 4v4, you send your Amumu into the back line to force them to step back or take a bad fight. Either way, it's a win-win situation for you. You're able to get that last outer, and with Dragon Soul Point spawning in mid 30, it means that your priority on the bottom side goes up even more than it already has. Will be a Herald response to the mid lane, but I don't think this will be, don't think this will be enough to take down the entire outer tower, nor get an objective bounty, if it even gets a charge.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't.
that's unfortunate.
And I was about to ask you, like, do you think the best course of action coming in here for Murray is to just go ARAM or tell Yorick to, hey, bro, build up that whole breaker and absolutely go berserk on side lanes, because I think that's the best course of action here.
Oh, for sure.
Coming in for these teams, but I don't think he's gonna do it. I think, hey, I'm level 13, I'm outscaling everyone, I'm having a grand old time in this bullet time, not giving one single damn about what's about to happen here. Sure, everyone's half HP, but they can get away. Rack attack is really fine over here.
Oh,
the flash is gonna
Davidson.
come in from Davidson, but he misses out the Q. He tries to get that shield up,
Cheesy
he's
cheese
gonna
puff.
get taken out, and now look at Cheesy Cheese Puffs going in there and studying away absolutely everyone, handing these kills on a silver platter for her ADC, coming in for Yorick as well. There you go. That's the team. That's the game-winning team fight there for Murray State Gold, I think.
Oh, absolutely. That was a beautiful fight for Murray State. I mean, as you said, yeah, sure, everybody's half health, but they should be able to kite it out, and you take the bullet time cooldown knowing that it won't be up for the Dragon. So it's already a win for Murray State, right, as the last kill will go down there for Sean the Sentinel. And so it's already a winning fight for you, right? Like, you've gotten a key cooldown, and you can just reset before the drag, but they wait out for the overchase coming through from Mount Union. And once the Tom Kench goes in too deep, once the team is split, they're able to find the turn. First, they focus down the Tom Kench, then they go on to Noble Dark on the side. Meanwhile, Cheesy Cheese Puff finds a 3-man engage on the rest of them, meaning that there's no support for the front line. They beautifully cordon off the fight, they section off the kills, and they take the tower, they take the dragon as well. And I have to agree with you, I think that could be the game-deciding fight.
Yeah, well, they're up in objectives, they're up in gold, up in kills, up in everything. And honestly, I'm just curious. Maybe we'll get this in a later season of the NECC. But I would be very curious of the communications going on in these two teams. Because I do wonder, you know, is there somebody that calls the shots coming in from Murray? Because if it is, props to that guy, you know. Absolutely going in for these macro plays. Murray has been playing really, really well really cohesively with one another, and they've known what everyone is doing. You know, you've seen Cheesy Cheese Puffs going in there. She's called it out to everyone, and she's just handed it on Civil Prada, as I said before. And oh, excuse me, I just punched you guys. And then Rack Attack was up there as well, getting that CC. And again, this is just a wonderful example of what I was gonna say. You know, this is a solo kill that's definitely gonna happen here.
Oh,
the Petrifying Gaze going in from behind as well.
That might just be it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I mean, you've got a wave mid already, and the wave clear is down. Golden doesn't have the bullet time available either to clear that one out, and Appleby... Oh, man. I thought Davidson might have just trolled his AD carry right there.
Yeah,
but either
I thought so as well.
Murray State, I think they're just going to take this one right here. Still 20 seconds left on the clock, but no, they're going to go for the kills instead.
Yes, they are, and Cheesy Cheese Puffs absolutely being OP as usual. That's why that rel is so good. Rack Attack, you're going to get killed over here, buddy. Don't do that.
I think he's fine.
Nah, he's fine. Akshan OP.
Yeah.
9 and 2.
It's exactly what you were saying, Astro, where I feel like Murray State, they just seem like they've been on the same page this entire series. And while I think you can...
Oh my god, that moonfall! That moonfall was insane coming out of Noble. He tried to do something over there, and it looks like the Absence of Mind picked up both of those kills. Can he pick up
It's not enough.
It's not enough, is it?
No, it's not. Wow, it was a huge moonfall 5-man coming through from the Diana, but you just don't have enough. And it's, as I was saying, Murray State, they've looked more coordinated. And yeah, I think there's definitely plenty of instances in the series where you could look at and say, was it always the right play? No, but they've made it together as a team. It seemed like every member of the team at least knows what the others are thinking. And that is the foundation of a good team. You know, you can coach how to make the right plays, but it's a lot harder to coach how to play together as five. So the building blocks are there for Murray State, and I think it explains why they are undefeated so far in this season. They're not able to end the game just yet, but with a 10,000 gold lead at 24 minutes, you'd have to think that'll be in short order.
Oh wow, it's only been 24 minutes. I thought like half an hour has passed already.
Yeah. It's such an accelerated game. You've got 3 items on both carries already. Yeah. The hull breaker as well for Applebee's makes him unstoppable in the side lane. You'd have to think. He is grouping up right now, not having a teleport available. I do think that does make sense.
Let's
see if there's a 5v5.
This is gonna be the Desperation Baron of the history coming in here from Mount Union if they actually do get it. But even if
I don't
they
think they're
do
gonna be able
to, where would they push? Where would they go? Nowhere.
I feel like at this point, if you get a Baron, it's just about denying it for Murray State more than anything. You get 1,500 gold, and you deny the Baron from the team that's winning, but, I mean, they can't walk in. They know that they can't contest this Baron. Murray State just has all the cards. They're way too far ahead in this game for really anything to matter. I hope they don't just walk it down mid like we saw last game. That is where Murray State, you know, almost choked away the last one. It does seem like that is the call right now. They have a big wave on the bottom side. I want to see them leverage some of their side lane pressure, but of course, with only, I believe, 1 Nexus turret still standing, you might just be able to win a team fight in the base anyway. Excuse me, both are up.
You're thinking too much about this. Look, Murray State Gold is saying exactly this. Bro, we got Baron. We're fed. Just monkeys together strong.
Point.
Just go in. And look at that. Rack is doing exactly that. Going in and getting a 4-man CC under towers. It does not matter. Davidson is down as well. The support is going to fall off as well. And that's just where everything leads to. All ends lead to Murray State Gold winning this game, winning out everything. And to the struggle of Absence of Mind, to the struggle of Goldine. That's been the game, and the second one going now, where it's Murray State Gold. Flawless victory coming out of them, and they will have a 3-0 record going in for week number 4.
Absolutely phenomenal win for Murray State. I feel like the second game was even more convincing than the first. Yes, the early game was less convincing, but they won more convincingly. They didn't give over any sort of looks in the team fights. You know, we saw that huge moonfall from Noble Dark, but just didn't amount to anything. They didn't have the damage follow-up. Murray State, 11,000 gold ahead. You said it best, Astro. They when they're together, they're the strongest. It doesn't even matter the split push. It doesn't matter that you got Baron in New York, because when you're that head, when you have Baron and that fed, you can do whatever the hell you want. And it seems like winning the game is exactly what they wanted to do.
Of course it is. And they're going to go in from these Navigators White, going in even further into the NECC. And I guess you guys will just have to wait and see how much longer will they go undefeated for. But I do have to say GG's to both teams. I do have to say thank you for you guys for watching. Thank you, Hawk, for casting along with me. Had a great time. And do you have anything else to end it off with?
Nothing really. I mean, I'm just glad, Atro, this was our first time casting together, and we got a nice action-packed series. Lots of fun stuff to talk about. I know I enjoyed watching it, even if the games were one-sided, and I hope you all did too.
I hope so as well. Well, this has been DNECC for tonight. There is going to be a match coming in, I think, in half an hour or 25 minutes. Just stick around for that one as well. You get a notification either in the Discord or for the Twitch. But until then, it's been Yacho, it's been Hawk. See you guys next time.
Welcome back to the NECC. We've got more League of Legends action coming in tonight, but if we didn't take a quick moment to pause before the broadcast, we'd be remiss in just letting everyone know the logos have changed, and throughout the course of this atrocity, the NECC does stand with Ukraine, and our hearts, our prayers are with them that they might be saved from Russian bloodlust tonight. But for those of us that have the opportunity to sit back, relax, forget about things for a little bit, and watch some League of Legends, we've got a great matchup coming at you tonight. The winless Buena Vista Beavers are looking to scrounge together their first win of the season, improve to 1-2, but they're not the only critters in the forest. The Vikings from Augustana, 1-1 on the year. They're trying to get above that 500 mark. Beavers, Vikings, let's get it cracking. My name is Ethan Dolan, better known as Nelhad. I'm joined tonight by fresh-faced Cyrus Dims, our first time together in the booth.
Oh yeah, it's definitely our first time, and I hope it won't be the last. But with that said, I'm definitely excited to be here. As you mentioned, both these teams, they need the wins. Buena Vista, the Beavers, they just need a win period at this point. You know, they have a rough start being 0-2, so a win here will definitely go the distance for them. They need it. They need that momentum, and they need that change up. Whereas
Yeah.
Augustana, they have that one already. As you mentioned, they want to be above that 500 mark, but really, they just want to get the good momentum going and make sure they don't start racking up those losses early in the season.
And it feels so good to crack the ice on a young season and get that first win. We were talking a little bit off air, and that Augustana, when you look at the rank dispersal here, has the advantage. You know, coming into this game, skill for skill, talent for talent, you look at Augustana and say, that's going to be the winning team. Buena Vista, what do they have to do to fight this uphill battle?
Well, Buena Vista needs to play to their strengths. They need to play around their star player. And I believe that's PSD Frog, who is a platinum tier player, so definitely the highest rank in this lobby. And if they're able to rally around him and support him, that will go a long way to playing around their win condition. But also, at this level, it's about playing your comfort picks and playing the matchups that you know. If you aren't playing a comfortable champion, the composition won't work out because you're trying to force something. So being on comfort is definitely something I want to see as a priority. And so we are looking at the Buena Vista University roster here, and we have Chaotic Thunder 0, PSD Frog, the Lil Turd, Bubbles SF, and X Mask YD.
Strong looking squad. As you identified, PSD Frog will be the one to watch out for. And in addition, a criminal justice mage. They're looking to put Augustana behind bars tonight. Maybe find a few kills on route. The rest of this team, as he said, is looking to support PSD Frog and put them in a position to make those game-changing plays. And hopefully they're able to find a win over this Augustana team.
Yeah, hopefully they are. They definitely have an uphill battle there for the Beavers. But like any Beaver, after a while, you gnaw your teeth and you bring down that tree. So the Vikings, hopefully, they're able to be gnawed down to size, you could say.
Yeah, and we've actually had a little peek here at the pro draft already. What do you think of Buena Vista's comp? We've talked about a team that has to kind of climb this uphill battle. We've talked about this team that they know coming in, their ranks a little bit lower. They're punching up. What do you think of this Rakan, Kog'Maw, Hecarim, Anivia, Urgot composition they're running out tonight?
I got mixed feelings about it, actually, because it feels like they want to do separate things, where you have Rakan and Hecarim, which are very engage-oriented champions. They want to go in, they want to cause chaos, and they want to be disruptors. But then you have Kog'Maw on Anivia. They want to sit back, they want to poke, they want to siege, they want to be zone-controlled champions. And so that definitely creates a dichotomy there that they need to be able to play around, which could be a hurdle that they have to overcome. But they do have Urgot, which can act as that go-between, because he is a ranged frontline beefy tank. But Urgot is also one of those champions that favors Hullbreaker, so I am expected to see him build that up into the split push, because I do believe he wins that split push against the Augustana top lane champion.
Yeah, I'm exactly with you, and Hullbreaker is such a strong item for those split push. You know, that's my favorite ping in the game, is when you can control click your Hullbreaker and say you are too close to me in chat. On the other side, you mentioned Augustana's top laner, and you know we're gonna get the surprise out of the way. It's going to be an Ornn coming through, a champion that has seen a lot of popularity in seasons past and is still a solid top laner and just has the ability to turn up the intensity late game with those item upgrades. What do you think the impact of this Ornn's going to be?
Well, Ornn is one of those classic frontline champions. You know, it's a beefy tank that just sits in front of you, and it's hard to get through. And while he offers great utility in terms of items, it's his CC that is his main benefit there. So looking to get an interrupt on the Call of the Forge God, that Ornn Horn, disrupting that is absolutely massive. But as you said, the utility from his items can be absolutely crucial. But that really only comes to effect the later the game goes, or at least after, I believe, level 13, when he can start giving his allies the upgraded items, provided they're at a point where they can even have a mythic that's worth upgrading.
Yeah, we'll see if the game does get late enough for Augustana to squeeze every ounce of utility out of that Ornn in the top lane. The other place my eyes are immediately drawn, and no, it's not just because I main Zilean, is this mid lane pick for Augustana. We talked about PSD Frog, right? We talked about how that's the player we're looking. How broad are their shoulders? Can the rest of the team fit up on them and he can carry them the distance? Tonito there in the mid lane taking the Zilean against Anivia, trying to slow it down, but more so, Zilean's going to provide a lot of utility here, right? The CC with both the E and the Q, and then in addition, the ulti, right? Chrono shifting. What do you think went into this mid lane pick, especially knowing PSD Frog is the one you got to shut down?
Oh, just looking at Augustana's team composition, it's a lot more cohesive. They have Jarvan, they have Ornn, and these champions do work well together by going in together and creating so much disruption with the Cataclysm, with the Ornn Horn, and it's a lot of CC that you have to contend with. You have Thresh for the peel and kite potential, as well as kiting back, and then you have the Zilean on top. You know, you throw your Chrono Break on top of one of your champions or allies, you revive the mid-fight, and now it's like a 5v6 plus the upgraded items from Ornn. I think Augustana has better win conditions to play towards, because it's easier to play towards them. You will naturally hit them as you play the game, regardless of how long the team plays for or the game goes, it will happen. Whereas Buena Vista, it's very on their execution to hit their win comps. So for me, it's definitely a toss up there between the two compositions, and how both these teams have to play is going to be different.
Yeah, and I like that you pointed out Buena Vista has put the pressure on themselves, right? There's not a, game hit 40-minute mark, guess what? Our champions are just better at this stage of the game. Buena Vista has really put the onus on themselves. They're saying, you know what? We have to win this game. At some point, we are going to have to make the plays to just put together enough momentum to get it done. I think the game is in a bit of a snowbally state here of late, so I don't hate the decision, especially because we do know Buena Vista just ended their ECAC League of Legends match, so they're coming hot off a match here in a similar level of competition. We know they're playing collegiately, so I like that they're putting the pressure on themselves. They're hot, they're feeling it, they're already warmed up, and I'm excited to frankly just see what they can do.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams play, knowing that one is coming in hot, where Augustana could be a little bit cold. Hopefully they were able to keep themselves warmed up and ready to go. But that is going to be an important factor to watch, at least early game, because so much of League of Legends revolves around the early game potential. Who makes the least mistakes? Who capitalizes on those opportunities? Who gets the lead? Who gets the snowball? Because that happens early game, and that impact affects the mid and late game to an exponential degree as you go along. So hopefully the teams play it right and they play to their win cons in the early game to get ahead.
Yeah, and Augustana, being a school in the Midwest right now, knows a whole lot about snowballs, that storm passing on through. So I do hope that they are staying warm inside, and I hope everyone at home is staying warm inside as well. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, we're going to be jumping right into game number 1 between the Beavers and the Vikings. We're back for game number 1, and we're finally out on the rip once again. If you are just joining us, we are here in Emergence Navy on the second stream for the NECC Augustana College, taking on Buena Vista University. Augustana on the right-hand side of your screen, coming on the red side, top lane. Ekadar, St. Young, Tonito, Augustasi, and the SWR on the bot side. On the left-hand side of your screen, the blue team, Buena Vista University, the Beavers in the top lane, the Lil Turd, Polterra, PSD Frog, who we've got our eyes on for this one, X-Mask, YD, and Asko Zabakumi.
Yeah, these two rosters, it's going to be interesting to see how they line up against one another. We do see a quasi 5-point start. It's close enough that I'll say it's a 5-point start. We do see that both these junglers are kind of hovering towards the sides that they are most likely starting. Though Saint, I'm assuming, is going to be dropping an early ward in hopes of getting it back, but I think they spotted out Frog, so they may just be backing without dropping a ward there. But overall, it looks to be a fairly standard start. Though Saint, where are you starting there, bud? Okay, he is starting to rotate to his blue buff, so both junglers will be starting bot side, rotating to top side, which is pretty standard play. I find it a bit interesting because you're playing towards top lane tanks. These aren't laners that you really want to be prioritizing, where your bot lanes are where your carries primarily are. Kog'Maw, huge hyper carry, and Xayah, well, she's been a carry in her days as well. I don't think she's too strong in the current meta, but definitely has that carry potential if she can get fed.
And the nice part about Xayah with that Feather Storm is you're able to get out of sticky situations, but you're exactly right. Interesting that you're clearing from bottom to top. Your SWR trying to get a little bit of damage there in the bottom side of the map, because you're exactly right. I'm not thrilled about ganking an Ornn. I'm not thrilled about ganking an Urgot, right? I'm not grinning from cheek to cheek about it. It just kind of is what it is. If there's a play, I might go for it, expecting nothing. So interesting in the least, especially as you point out, Kog'Maw is such a hyper carry. I mean, once Kog'Maw hits that third, fourth item, once Kog'Maw gets up to level 14, I mean, it just gets so hard to exist, especially when you're squishy. There's the flay come through, SWR, the aggressor in the bot side, as is Augustasi. They hit that level 2 power spike first, and they use it well. A lot of poke. We're going to see if they're able to snowball that into more advantages. Saint here in the mid lane looking for that gank. They have targeted PSD Frog here early on.
Yeah, it makes sense that they would target PSD, though I'm still scratching my head a little bit of an early game play that I saw Polterra on this Hecarim do. So, the Hecarim went from their red buff to Jarvan's Grom, level 2. And Hecarim is not a champion you normally see a level 2 invade on. And so what ended up happening was that they were down a camp early because Saint cleared so quickly. And now they're completely behind in jungle tempo, while Saint was able to get a gank off and continue on his path, keeping up in CS. So jungle tempo definitely favoring Augustana right now. The Vikings definitely looking to sail ahead of their competition. But yeah, so far we did see pressure put onto Frog, which is where it needs to go. And if Frog can weather that, the Beavers will be in a very good spot overall.
Augustana looking great here. The Vikings, you noted, they put pressure on Frog. That's exactly what they want to do. You need to make sure that Frog can't single-handedly win this game, but on the bot side of the map as well. You know, being up 4 farm, we saw the aggression, we saw the bowling. They handled that level 2 power spike so well, but we do see a potential gank here on the top side. Polterra kind of just waiting for Lilter to maybe draw them in, see if there's a bit of a bait, or maybe falling for it. To keep your eyes on the top side of the map here, but on the bot side we got some action as well. Oh, the flash from Thresh, there's the flay, they get caught out. SWR going so low, trying to get out. There's the knock up on the backside. Rakan for first blood. I bet you didn't have your bits on that one. X-Mask the next to go. Asko trying to get out, has to expend the flash, but gonna be well worth it. A trade on the bot side. However, you gotta be happy if you're Augustana getting the kill onto your ADC.
Yeah, I would say that Augustana came out slightly ahead there, but they invested more. So if they didn't come out ahead, that would be a red flag. But they were able to do it. They were able to come out ahead. But right now we see Frog trade heavily onto Tenito here.
Yeah, Tenito really wasn't able to land that double bomb. Well-placed wall, and Frog with the level advantage. And as well, when that passive's up as Anivia, you can afford to play so much more aggressively. So I like the play from Frog. And once again, that's the player we identified for Buena Vista. If Buena Vista really wants to win this thing, they have to lean on Frog for some portion of the game, or for maybe a lot of it. So we're going to see how much success Frog is able to have. And in addition, we're going to see if Polterra kind of uses the Hecarim in that area to try to gank and get Frog ahead, see if they can get a snowball going here early.
Yep. Now, the reason why the Zillion is behind is because of that roam bottom to help with the gank. So it makes sense that Frog would have a bit of an XP lead, though CS is surprisingly even right now. Overall, summoners are fairly balanced across the board. Now, Tornado does have the exhaust up, where Frog used theirs to get back in the lane. And in the bot lane, there's still one summoner up for each of the carries, which is good to see. So they still have some escape tools early. But overall, it's a 400 gold lead for Buena Vista right now. And most of that actually is going to be coming from the top lane's CS lead, because that's 15 CS up at 16 minutes, or 6 minutes, which is a fairly substantial lead this early.
Yeah, and the Urgot just has a little bit more range and has been able to bully here. I mean, you see Ektar having to run away, can't really contest a whole ton. Lilterd just doing what they can to keep on pushing and shoving this wave. You know, we talked about Buena Vista coming out maybe a little bit warm from their last ECAC game, and I think we're seeing that a little bit here. But in addition, you got to think that Augustin and the Vikings are pretty hungry. Their last game out in week 2, they got swept by Concordia of Wisconsin 0-2, so they have something to prove here. Saint going to be able to pick up that scuttle. That's a lot of vision control they have over this first drag of the game, which is spawned. It's on the map. You might see Saint play around that here out their blue buff right now.
Yeah, we do see pings marking where Polterra is as well. So it seems like the Vikings are doing a fairly good job of tracking the enemy jungler, and this enables them to play around the map better and to reinforce areas that could need it, or to gank areas where Polterra and this Hecarim isn't. Because being able to gank, knowing you aren't going to get counter ganked, enables you to be a little bit more aggressive, which could be the difference between getting a kill or not. That doesn't matter because we have a fight in bot lane and a solo kill in top, where the little gag up there on the Urgot got a kill.
They did, and Cataclysm coming here through for Saint, might be in trouble. The bot side, Osco able to get out. Mask, YD gets out as well, but there's the hook I spoke too soon. The Flay and Augustese able to clean it up. Second kill for the Xayah, and keep your eyes on what they're able to buy. Might be a little spending spree in store for them. Saint gonna start the dragon. They're gonna pull it out from the back of the pit, and they should be able to take this with relative ease. No one even in the same zip code. So a great play there for Augustana. Sure, they lose the 1v1 on the top side. Ektar, I saw on the map the Ornhorn come out and said, "Oh, Cameron, you're not going that way." No, it was not, but they do win out on the bottom half.
Yeah, and the reason why they went out on the bottom half was because the Jarvan, Saint, he was able to hit level 6 first, and most of that extra XP was because he was there for the early assist, had that little bit of CS XP leeching from both bot and mid lane, which enabled him to hit level 6 at that mark. But it doesn't matter here, as Polterra goes in on Tenito. Tino is trying to run it out. He does have flash up, and he does flash this ball to safety.
Yeah, great play there from Tonito. Also had ulti available if it really came to it, but able to use the flash, is able to get out right there. And we talked about the spending spree a little bit. Augustese, they're going to pad their back pockets even more, cracking a plate there. And you know what? They're hungry. They might stick around for seconds, continuing to push in this wave.
Yeah, I think the Vikings bot lane is perfectly safe if they wanted to stay bot, but tempo is an important aspect. I would imagine right now they're sitting on a fair amount of gold, especially after a kill and a tower plate. And there we see a, 1,700 gold back for the Xayah right there, picking up a full Berserker's Greave and an agility cloak. So maintaining tempo is important, and that's exactly what it looks like they were doing there, which is great to see. I do think that there is some communication on the beavers which can be, I will say, extended or enhanced because Maskey shouldn't have died bot if Osco stepped back and took the hook. That's one of those cohesion things and micro things that can be communicated and worked on during the game. So doing that would be great to see. But now they need to track flashes as well, because without Zillion's flash being up, Tornado is a bit vulnerable in this mid lane, and I would like to see Poltera re-gank that before the flash comes up.
Yeah, and August Daisy, you hit on the Berserker Greaves, Agility Cloak, already had the Noon Quiver. I mean, just so scary right here, just at the 10:30 mark, and they should feel no pressure at all. I mean, not only, as you pointed out, should they have not felt pressure if they wanted to stay for another plate, I don't even think they really fear just a Poltera gank right now. I think they should be able to 2v3 even in that situation. Tosses up their Thresh, not going to find the intended target. The bot lane for Augustana has come out the gates fast, and they will pick up another kill. August Daisy go off on a killing spree right now.
Yeah, so the Zaya is definitely being set up as the carry right now, and Saint is there for the reinforcements. And Maskey, you gotta run. You gotta run with your little voidling puppy dog legs, whatever they are. But the horse is there to provide cavalry support, and that should be enough to dissuade them from diving. Because if Maskey died here, lost that minion wave, that would be atrocious for the side of the Beavers.
Horses and scary void monsters, best of buds. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Certainly not me today.
Yes, it's an unlikely pairing, you could say, but it's a pairing nevertheless. So,
they must have a lot of fun horsing around there in the bot lane.
Now, the puns are my thing, okay?
I just sneak one in. We're early in game one. I had to get one, all right? I'll pass the pun baton off to you.
You know what? Just stick to your zillion puns because we'll have time for that. But with that said, Saint was also able to steal away some of the Raptors from Poltera. So there is a little bit of a CS lead for Saint right now, which means better jungle tempo. But also, the vision battle is fairly even across the game, which is good to see. It means that both teams are sweeping, warding, pinking, and doing what they can to track the enemy. And this is something that a lot of lower-ranked teams don't have a good concept for and is a huge weakness. Because if you can't see the enemy, you can't make appropriate plays because you lack knowledge. So seeing the wards out early and seeing a lot of them is absolutely fantastic. And to that point, we see 3 pink wards in the inventory for the Vikings. I love it. I want to see this continue throughout the series.
Yeah, and on the other side, Buena Vista has 2, so as he pointed out, they're not slacking. Both teams really doing their due diligence. You know, they're putting in the elbow grease. Blue buff going to be given to Tornado here in the mid lane. We'll see if they're able to use that to push around PSD Frog a little bit. As he noted out, they're clearing wards, so they're setting up for round 2 of this dive, potentially. You know, they've got a lot of tools, and they're setting the Zillion down too. A lot of pinging, they're not quite sure, and now they're going to settle on this dragon, I believe. We may see a bit of a scrap here. Anivia, Hecarim coming on over. We'll see if Poltera has something to say about it, but I think they're just going to take it way too quick. And yeah, Buena Vista, they'll back off from the backside of the pit. Second dragon goes the way of Augustana.
Yeah, we see right there is that they lost that dragon because they didn't have vision control of it. And we saw that they had, or Vikings had deep wards inside of the red jungle on the Beaver side. But ultimately, it was also August Stacy and the SWR on this Thresh who got bot priority so they could be the first to rotate up. But Volterra, he's coming in hot.
There's the onslaught of shadows. Lantern being tossed for the shield from SWR. August Daisy, not much that you can do. SWR, they're going to go down. August Daisy staying alive, but they can't find anything in return. We do see Jarvan, Zillion now coming down. The reinforcements, they're on the way. I'm not sure if they're going to get there in time, but here comes Saint. Do they have a Cataclysm and Flag and Drag? There's the Cataclysm coming through. Masked, they'll go down. August Daisy keeping a safe distance there. They're not going to get too aggressive. They get their 1 return kill, and then they back off.
But at what cost, though? Because that was a lot invested on the side of Vikings. Now, to be fair, Beavers invested a lot of summoners as well. But if you noticed, most of the Beavers timers were already on cooldown. Where those are a lot of fresh timers now on the Vikings. From the Jarvan, from the Zaya, from the Thresh. All those brand new blown flashes and are exposed. because August Stacy flashed ulted there just to stay alive. So Poltera is definitely a threat now when they come charging in.
Yeah, Poltera going to have that summoner, that timestamp marked so they know what their window is on the gank. We'll see if they're able to utilize that to their advantage. We know that the Hecarim is just such a mobile champ, so great for the ganks. We saw the Onslaught of Shadows there on the ulti. Just such a good way to close a gap and get up close and personal with some champions that frankly don't want to be that close. They respect personal space a lot. They're going to take a move here onto Rift Herald. Tonito here on the backside pops a Scryer's Bloom. It's not going to be enough time to get the Jarvan here to respond, I don't think, but Ektar in the area going to get flipped over. Double bomb coming on through. Ektar going to go low and get eaten. The Ornhorn not going to matter, but here comes Saint. They get in time. Flag and drag. The Cataclysm not available just yet. They use on the bot side for the gank, and they're going to dive for gets up. SWR. August Daisy here. August Daisy. Do they have the damage? CC coming up through. Osco doing their job. Big hook in the backside. August Daisy. They pick up the objective kill, and I think they barely scoop up the Eye of the Herald on their way out.
Well, 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 look what the Rift Herald dragged in. Because they dragged in one heck of a team fight there. And we saw that Frog really popped off in that team fight. But we have a fight here in the mid lane right now, as SWR is getting focused down here, but will live with a sliver of HP. But back to the previous fight there at the Rift Herald. Anivia, PSD Frog really popped off, picking up 3 kills, 1 assist, and that zone control was absolutely massive. But kudos to the Beavers because they separated Ornn away from the Zillion first. They were able to kill the front line before Tornado used the Zillion ultimate, which means that big front line they didn't have to kill twice. And then I believe they either waited it out or that Tornado just didn't use it. But that was a very clean team fight out of the Beavers there. All the while, I believe Maskey was just sitting bot lane pushing and was able to secure second tower because the little turret already got the top lane tower as well. So 2 towers up here for the side of the Beavers, but Augustana's looked to correct that.
Yeah, and if August Daisy hadn't picked up that Eye of the Herald, they hadn't been able to kill the Rift Herald, that whole team fight would have been for nothing. So they're able to get first tower on the bottom side out of it. Maybe they'll get a second charge out of the Herald, though I doubt it. We see Anivia coming on down. That's PSD Frog. Yep, don't want anything to do with that. They're going to back off. Ektar getting bullied here, push into the river, and there's a good push to mid lane. So PSD Frog responds bot, and they're able to take a healthy chunk out of that middle tower. There it is, the ulti coming on through Poltera, but it's just a scare tactic. All bark, no bite.
Yeah, forcing them off the tower is a good thing because mid towers are the point of your defense. Once that tower goes down, it opens up the map. So just an incredible amount for the opposition team, but a great hook there out of SWR, gosh. And this will be a pick on the Rakan, and maybe an overcommit there with the Ornhorn, as the little turret is pushing a T2 top, so PSD Frog can look to interrupt backs. I don't think they'll be able to take Dragon, but with Xayah also dropping, Poltera doesn't have summoners to steal the Dragon, but they should be able to buy time here.
Yeah, Poltera doesn't have really the ability to take this from the backside. We'll see that Smite is now up. Thinking about it. Oh, beautiful play there. SWR pops over the backside and coming after that great prediction with the hook. Good zoning. They're going to be able to get this dragon, but at what cost? They lose the mid tower. We know they lost a lot of ground on the top side as well, but that does put them on soul point here. So they are inching closer and closer to what could be a win con for this team.
Okay, so it's 19 minutes in, and something that I normally do before the game starts is do a series prediction. But having no information to go off either team, it would feel a little bit too blind. So predictions. Now that we've gotten a glimpse at both these teams, Nelhead, what would you say is your prediction for the series?
You could have asked me this before. My answer would have been different. You could have asked me without knowing the rosters and just the schools. I'm going with Augustanas because Vikings are better than Beavers every single day of the week. Tell me right now, what is a singular Beaver doing against a singular Viking? Not a lot. Not a lot.
Okay, but I can tell you this. Vikings, they make their boats out of wood. And what do Beavers eat? would.
Oh,
So
good
therefore,
hard
the
counter.
Beavers
Oh my
can
gosh.
sink the Viking ship. So, memeing aside here, I do think that the Beavers have shown up exceptionally well for the first 20 minutes. They're playing the macro game very well, even though they're losing out on the Dragons. And I do think that game 1 is theirs to lose right now, because they have momentum in their top side throughout it. So I'm going to at least give game 1 to the Beavers, but the overall series could still go to the Vikings if they're able to respond correctly after this game.
And I gotta say, we put a lot of pressure on PSD Frog in the opener, but the Liltard there in the top lane, 2-0-3, perfect KD right now. Farm is looking pretty good, leading in the game. So showing up, there's a Cataclysm over the wall, and Saint may have been a little too aggressive. The rest of the team not there. Tanito flashing over to get the ult down, but Tanito's going to die in the process. Big Lantern, there's the ult from the Hecarim over the wall as well. They end up just losing Tonito, a selfless act, flashing, ulting for the teammate. The Chrono Shift, however, can only take one back from the grave.
Oh, I think it would be a bit too much of a greedy call, but I would almost want to see the Beavers go straight to Baron there, because they know that Saint was young. The Zillion is dead, so you have a 5v4 situation. The jungler has to back. So they had a window there, but I understand low health bars, they don't want to risk it. But either way, they got a pick, they came out ahead, and Frog could be getting another pick here as that massive chunk damage comes down to Augustasi there.
Yeah, already has Landry's, has the Sorks. I mean, there's a lot of damage here that can be done from PSD Frog, and such a skilled player as we have discussed. Augustasi going to have to back, and you know what? I like the gusto. The Baron call there, as I said, would have been a young Baron, would have just been barely newborn, but they decide not to go for it. I think it would have been a great way to push their aggression. We identified before the game that the Beavers have put the pressure on themselves with this composition. The Beavers have said, hey, you know what? We're going to need to make plays to win this game. That might have been one big way to do it.
Yeah, I definitely think it would be a risky call, but they had a window if they felt confident enough. I'm definitely not advocating that they should, just that it was an option, because we have seen so many teams from the pros all the way down to where I play throw with Barons, but they also win games. So it's how badly do you want to win a game early is really what goes into making a Baron call. If you need to win the game early, you try and set it up early, because they don't have the Dragon win condition lined up at the moment. They are down 3 dragons, and the Soul Dragon is spawning in just under a minute for the Vikings, and we all know they want that Mountain Soul. They want that shield. They want the percentage resistance stacks that gives. And quite frankly, I don't like the idea of an Ornn with extra stats, but SWR being a menace with the hook, with the death sentence there.
Yeah, SWR is just a speed bump. You know, when you're on your way home, and hold on, we have a bit of a Cataclysm here. Polterra might be in some trouble. There's the Featherstorm. Polterra has to ult get out of there. Saint flashing, and that's going to be smite down for this Soul Drag, but they're going to lose Augustasi as well. There's the Resurrect, but there's nowhere to go but 6 feet deep. The CC, that will be it. Big picks ahead of the dragon fight. Beautiful play from the Beavers. They got exactly what they're looking for, and they will delay this Drag Soul. There's a flash on the top side. Liltard, they want every piece of Ekdar, and going to be able to weasel their way out of this fight. The Drag going the way of the Beavers.
Oh, okay. Beavers, they take this dragon and rush Baron. They need to rush Baron right now. Zillion, no ultimate. The J4 is dead without ultimate and flash. He's exposed. And Augustasi is also dead. But they play it slower. It's okay to play it slower. It just prolongs the game. And so the Ornhorn comes out to get a little bit of wave clear. Doesn't land on the Frog. But now it's SWR who's being focused. But this is a 2v4 situation that I don't think they want.
Yeah, the Vikings just miss all of their abilities. They're not able to find anything. Liltard popping in, maybe a little too aggressive, trying to find the pick on the Ektar, won't get SWR. Big hook right there. There's the flay. Kill in the backline. Augustassi has shown up. Better late than never. Oh my gosh, and they brought some fireworks to the party. Big CC coming on through. Oh, the Cataclysm not enough, but there's a flag and drag for the CC. Augustassi, the damage on the backside, and that's going to be the pop of the egg. It's not going to matter. Shutdown gold being transferred, and they should probably be thinking about a Baron of their own here. You brought up a risky Baron call earlier. You brought up a Baron call after the Dragon. Longtime viewers of the NECC will remember some tragic Baron calls. Season 0 Becker versus Champlain comes to mind first, but this one, this is about as free as it gets.
I mean, it's a 2-item Kog'Maw who's in vision. We know those artillery barrages can wreak havoc on a team. Both Ghost Pop, he's going to try and cut this out, but unfortunately doesn't get very far. But that does provide some time for his team. So Tenito is low for the Baron. Baron is at 2k HP. Jarvan isn't there. This Baron is exposed.
Oh,
but Rakan goes in on the carries. Quickness comes through. And I think they're just going to... No, the fight keeps going as Polterra comes in now.
And yeah, Polterra trying to make something happen, trying to get some of these buffs. Augustassi, you gotta be the hero. There's the double on the Frog. Oh, the Feather Recall not gonna find what they're looking for. The damage from Frog. Next on the chopping block will be the Thresh when it's all said and done. 3 Baron buffs survive on Ektar, Saint, and Tonito.
Yeah, that was a messier Baron fight than I thought would have happened. But it just shows that Maskey was able to buy enough time for his teammates to funnel in and pick up a few kills. Because getting those Baron buffs off of their bot lane is a pretty big deal, because Augustassi 10-4-3 is the carry for the Vikings, and if the carry doesn't have the Baron buff, it means that they have to rely on their teammates to help them push. So you can't just leave your ADC in the mid lane or bot lane and push the other lanes. They have to be grouped with the team. So it does help. But still, you don't want the enemy to get the Baron buff. So the Beavers, they're still in an overall gold lead right now, mostly because of their tower advantage being up a few towers over the Vikings right now.
They may have died, but Augustassi picked up a few shutdown golds there, and the items are looking pretty gnarly right now. My eyes are mostly drawn to the Essence Reaver and that IE. They're just doing so much damage. It's scary to run into Augustassi. You better be checking bushes. SWR, big hook right there. Drops the box. Can they get the Urgot? But here comes the Cavalry. Polterra trying to find something. There's the Resurrect coming on through. Big Zillion ulti. Liltard picks up Saint. Another one down. Augustassi gets one to go. And Augustassi goes down. All the damage for Augustana is gone. Liltard working on SWR on the backside and Tonito at the same time. They can't bring the Urgot to its many knees. Osko trying to stay alive. There's Ektar, but can't find the kill and the support either. SWR running for their lives. They're going to survive, but at what cost? Augustana fall yet again.
Yeah, the Vikings. You could say their ship was sunk there by the Beavers, because despite having the Baron buff, they ended up losing that team fight in a pretty convincing manner as well. Sure, Polterra died. Sure, the Maskey D on the Kog'Maw died as well. But those aren't the carries for the side of the Beavers. It's Frog. It's the Urgot, who is just too strong right now with... Well, he's at 3 items. And 3 of those are armor items. And when your carry is AD, it's a lot harder to kill the frontline tank that has 3 armor items.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It's a whole lot tougher with the beef, and oh, they nearly fall into the trap. There's the hook. They don't know what's there. Oh no. And there's the Cataclysm. They just go right in. Augustassi sends out the feathers. Here's the recall. Polterra gonna be the first to go down, or will they? Polterra staying up. Oh my gosh, Polterra somehow stays alive, but finally goes down.
Oh.
It's not gonna matter. Augustassi's gone, and that's most of the damage. Ornhorn, that'll find one. Liltern is alive, but this Kog'Maw might be trouble. Flag and drag, but they can't find the rest of the damage. Kog'Maw staying alive. Masked. Can they do it? No, they can't. Liltern gonna be next to go, and this dragon could be free. It will be.
Okay. Now, I'm going to say that was the Beavers misplaying that, though they did do fairly well in the overall team fight, killing free, despite not being stacked when that fight broke out. They were also already low on multiple health bars. So overall, the Beavers did a fairly good job of that team fight. They still end up losing it and give over the Soul Dragon. Either way, it was just a great job at Frog, landing that last stun onto Augustasi, which prevented the Xayah from just popping off and cleaning that team fight. But really, what surprised me there was that Polterra just sustained for way too long and should have dropped a lot sooner. But the horse is going to horse around, and as one of the abilities is, will trample your players giving enough time. But looking at the side of the Vikings now, those Ornn items are starting to really come out, as 3 players already have them. And that is a lot of gold going over, because I believe each upgrade is about 1,000 gold. Yeah, roughly 1,000 gold in stats, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and Polterra staying alive there looked like it was going to change the fight around. That'll be on the W, the sustain. Oh, hold that thought for just a second. SWR, what are you doing? Just running in. But the rest of the team is here, so the reinforcements are there. Ornhorn send it right down Main Street. Gets a few knockups right there. Ektar backing out, and they're able to save the Thresh. So caught out, but not caught dead. SWR will survive, and I think they're going to keep on dancing around Baron here. We see some recalls. Lilterd, Masti, Zavakumi, they're checking around. Ektar staying in the vicinity with Tonito. This next Baron could be big, and I think the Beavers are eyeing up this next Baron as a way to win the game. They're down to the inner towers in mid and top. This could be a great way for them to finally crack the base. The fight may continue here as PSD Frog trying to ward them off zone just a little bit. Polterra finally joins them. If you're Polterra, you cannot die here. You've got the smite. You need to stay up for this objective. Once again, they're just dancing. Oh, that hook nearly coming on through, and we see movement, and there they activated. The speed boost coming on in. Good play, and the wall is going to prevent anything else. SWR going in. There's the CC in the front line. Big Cataclysm in the back line. Saint, you are insane. Lilterd taking everything and taking maybe a little bit too much. Gonna take Saint with them on the way out. Tonito on the back line. There's a big resurrect, dropping double bombs left and right. PSD Frog, the last one remaining with Mask. Oh, and PSD Frog, a big kill right there. They've got a lot of damage yet here. It's going to be enough to hold them off. Augustasi and Ektar can't kill PSD Frog, and I don't think beyond that they're going to be able to get onto the Baron.
Okay, but if they shove mid quick enough, they could zone Frog off this tower, which means Frogs would then have to go around the long side, and this could be a potential inhibitor tower take on the side of the Vikings because they have mid priority. This could be the game-swinging team fight that the Vikings needed to break open not only the Beavers' base, but the map as well. And it looks like this tower will drop here. And so the Vikings, they win the fight, they get the objectives because they had priority. And this definitely means that momentum has swung over to the Vikings, who are looking to hunt some Beavers for some fur caps.
Yeah, looking to be the Beaver Cleavers, if, as it were. They have the Drake, so they're feeling pretty good about that. A little bit tankier than they would have been. That team fight, a lot of it came down. Big res from Tonito, dropping double bombs as well. PSD Frog just wasn't able to get close enough to deal the damage they would have. Like, Lilterd got up close and personal, was tanking a lot, but PSD Frog just couldn't find that opening, and as a result, they just didn't have the damage to sustain that fight, but they are pushing right back onto Baron here, boarding it up. SWR, always immense with a hookup. They're just going right for it. St. Young, you're going to have to try to find the steal here. Half health, Baron going down. Saint, when are you going to make your move? Goes in, and they take the steal! Saint, that is absolutely massive. Big res over the wall, Tonito. There's the double bombs. Big CC coming through. Oh my gosh, look at the damage! SWR says, let me hop in, follows the hook. Augustasi dodges that. PSD Frog has passive available, but I don't think it's going to do much but delay the inevitable. They have no waves mid, but There's no tower protecting that inhibitor. A huge fight, and now they have Baron.
Okay, it is 34 minutes in, though. Death timers are fairly long, and with 30 seconds left on most of them, I think the Vikings could end. If they commit to a push and save their minion wave that is coming, they can win it. Ekdar needs to tank these turrets now and start this tower siege early, because if they wait any longer, the respawns will come through, and that's exactly what they do. They go on to Maskey. Maskey drops. The Rakan is up, and hopefully a battle entrance can do something. But ultimately, it's just a Rakan against the Vikings, and the Viking invasion does kill the Beavers 35 minutes in, and this is Augustana picking up game 1.
Yeah, and you saw there at the end where Khan just kind of danced around and said, you know what, I got tossed in the towel. There's nothing I can do about that. The Vikings found their form late. I got to say, I was impressed by the Beavers. They came out and they were throwing punch after punch after punch. The problem is they were only throwing jabs. The Vikings come through with a big old right hook, knock the Beavers down, take game number 1.
Yeah, they took game number 1, and I think that the Beavers, they showed such great early macro when it came to tower taking ability, but they stopped that. They stopped playing what they were doing good at, and were opting into team fight after team fight after team fight, and that wasn't their strong suit. We saw around that mid-game mark where the Urgot was pathing and they fought underneath the T2 mid tower, and that's when the game, I feel, really swung over to the Vikings' favor, and where the Vikings really felt that, hey, we can win this game. We just force the team fights because we will win them. And that's exactly what they did. They forced Beavers into making Baron plays to try and get ahead, but ultimately they couldn't, and eventually won that game off of the team fights. So as I said, very early on, before predictions and before the game started, Augustana had easier win cons to play towards, and that's exactly what they did in this game 1.
PSD Frog, an impressive 10-3-6, great performance. But on the other side, August Daisy, 15 kills. That's the big number for the Vikings. We're going to see if they're able to carry that momentum into game number 2, Cyro Stems. But we're going to take a quick little break. You know, Caster's got to drink water too. We got to breathe. So we're going to drink some water. You should do the healthy thing. Go to your fridge, grab some water as well, because you don't want to be caught slacking, sneaking off to the fridge for game number 2, all right? Catch everyone on the other side. Welcome back to the NECC. We've got game number 2 between Augustana and Buena Vista coming your way. If you're just joining, game number 1 went underway a little bit ago, and a little bit longer than everyone anticipated here, Cyrus Stims, because the Beavers had the game all night long, and then right at the end, the Vikings come through with a knockout punch, and they stole game 1.
I don't know if it's fair to say that they stole game 1 because they really did work hard for it. They created their opportunities with the team fighting, and they won enough team fights in a role with a dragon win condition as well that it paid dividends. That said, the Beavers, they were in charge. They were in the lead for the majority of that game, and I'm expecting them to try and do something similar. So we actually do see the Urgot, the Mundo come out, so very tanky top laners. But this time, the junglers are definitely changed up here with the Diana and Volibear picks. Now, they did do a third-party draft tool, so these are just going in role order, not pick ban order. And so it was actually a Mundo 4th rotation pick, Volibear, I believe 2nd rotation or red side, and the team sides remain the same. So Augustana is on red side, and Buena Vista is on blue side once again.
You know, I don't necessarily think that stealing implies they didn't work hard for it. I mean, have you ever seen Pink Panther? That's some pretty laborious activity to get an effective steal of a game, but you're absolutely right. They worked hard. They found their Dragon win con. They got the soul, and they won some pretty pivotal team fights down the stretch. Once again, August Daisy had a big moment where they were able to steal the Rift Herald, pick up the eye, and even though they lost out on the team fight, it generated a lot of pressure from the bottom side of the map. So really impressed from the ADC's play, and they're going to hop onto Kaisa here as opposed to the Zaya from last game. How do you think this changes what August Daisy did?
Ooh, so the Kaisa build right now is definitely more AP poke oriented because you build an Ashes 2. I believe you build Echoes or Luden's Echo there, or Tempest, I think it's now called. You know, item name changes fun. But either way, Kaisa is a lot more poke heavy now. And if you land your W's, the Void Seeker, you get half your cooldown back. It does a whole lot of damage, and you combine that with a Zetharath on top, and you are looking at a poke composition there with a very, 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 very strong front line, because their front line is Nautilus, Dr. Mundo, and Volibear. Now, I don't know if you can get much tankier than that overall, because those 3 champions, especially Mundo, screams frontline.
Yeah, and they're really building the wall for, well, what we could call their star player, their big difference maker from last game. On the other side, we do see PSD on a new champion here. So we saw last game, the Anivia played pretty well, right? Had a really killer KD, was taking advantage of the kit. Now on to Vex. And I think Vex is a champion that a lot of more casual viewers haven't got fully acquainted with yet. Somewhat recent release, didn't have a ton of play exactly right away, has had some spikes of play. What do you expect to see on the specs?
Well, Vex is still one of those champions that I'm learning as well because, quite frankly, I'm not a mid laner, so I don't have the reps on the champion itself. But it's one of those that either you go in on the Vex when you're ahead and you just blow everyone up, or you wait until they go on you and you counter them. So being able to fear them when they go in is absolutely huge, and then you get your burst across when they're nice, close, and personal, and it's hard for you to miss your abilities. But knowing Frog definitely is going to look for the more offensive, aggressive plays, look for the picks, and if he can get the shove against Zetharath, which will be highly unlikely, could look to roam into other lanes for those picks. But in a 1v1 matchup, I think Frog could win this one just with the sheer assassination potential on Zetharath. Because we all know the Zetharaths, they're strong, they're mighty, they have range, but they are squishy. Are they ever squishy?
Exceedingly squishy. I mean, yeah, we talked about Vex. The gap closing potential there with the ulti is so big. So if you get on top of that Xerath, I mean, it's it's gonna be lights out, game over, really, really quickly. And that's the thing that scares me is if you can kill that Xerath a few times early on here, Cyrus Stems, you're gonna be able to put some gold in your back pocket and roam just a little bit, right? If you get a few kills, you don't have as much dependence on I need to be last hitting every single minion wave. All of a sudden, you're free to mosey on over to the bottom side of the map. All of a sudden, hey, you know what? I'll just take a quick little vacation to the top side. And that's when your star player can really get out of control and really just leave their fingerprints all over the game.
Yeah, being able to impact those side lanes, especially early on, can pay dividends. We saw what happened last game when Tornado on the Zillion roamed the bot for that first blood, or well, second blood kill onto Masky D there on the Kog'Maw, and just how much pressure that generated for the Vikings bot lane overall. It paid dividends and allowed Augustasi to eventually snowball that game and become the star carry that his team needed him to be. So if Frog can have the same effect, that's absolutely massive because we know that Zetharath, he can roam, but really he's just going to step out of the lane far enough to be able to cast his Arcane Barrage and get that damage and kill, steals, or secures from across half the map.
Yeah, definitely a secure or a steal, depending on whose perspective that you're on there. You're talking about the front line as well. I'm excited to see the Volley Bear because not only just a tank, not only bringing the beef, but also a lot of ways to have agency in that kit. I mean, talk about the ulti, talk about the move speed and the CC coming through as well. There's a lot of ways to create your own action.
Yeah, the Volibear has a lot of tools, especially with the ultimate, be able to crash down on towers. But when we're talking about tanks, we also have to talk about the tank killer. And one of the best tank killers in the game is Vayne. That true damage auto-attacking menace, which I absolutely despise. If I play in the jungle, I ban Vayne 100% of the time because I play tanks and bruisers. And the kiting potential in Vayne alone is very, 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 very annoying. In case you haven't picked up on how annoying I feel it is, that's only compounded by the fact that supporting the Vayne is a karma for wielded by Osco, and Osco did a great job on the Rakan, and so wielding the karma as well, Masky D could be the hyper carry menace this game.
Yeah. You hit the nail right on the head. As a support main, I honestly ban Vayne every single game just because of the kiting ability, because of the condemn. Like if you get condemned, it's like, well, that's fun. I'm gonna sit at a gray screen for a little bit, and I'll see you guys and I'll see you guys later. So the Vayne, especially against such a tanky front line, is such a money pick for the Beavers. And if you're just joining us, the Beavers down a game on the left-hand side of your screen. The blue team on the right-hand side will be Augustana, the Vikings. Not a lot has stayed the same from game 1 to game 2, except for Lilt Turd will be running back that Urgot. Both junglers will, not both will start blue buff last game. This time around, the blue side will start with their blue buff, red side on red buff. What are you thinking about these early jungle paths?
I think now it's the correct start for Saint here, because he played to bot side last game, so pathing straight to bot side this time around is absolutely huge. But right now we see Osco getting procced, getting the damage dealt, and is fortunately just able to run it away on 200 HP, but that is not a trade you want to take early, because that concedes the level 2 advantage over to Augustana. And well, when you're on Vayne, you want to be even, but Osco once again getting hooked, and this could be a dead karma, and it is. Oh my, Osco, you got to dodge those dread lines, bud.
Yeah, the dredge line coming out, 2 of them, and Augustasi just able to clean it up. We saw the aggression of the level 2 power spike last game from this bot lane, but they were a little impatient. They got down and dirty at just level 1. They find a kill, and Augustasi could be dangerous here once again. You cannot let the snowball start here.
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing is that Masky, once again, did not take heal. Last game, it was Flash Ghost. This game, it was Flash Exhaust. And still has their Exhaust up right now. Whereas SWR used Ignite, Augustasi flashed to secure the kill. So I'm still going to say there's a summoner advantage on the side of Beavers just because Maskey has both their summoners. But really, in terms of combat power, I think the Vikings will be doing just fine. They get early back in, they come with double longsword and tier. And so this Kaisa is going to look pretty terrifying early.
Yeah, and once this Kaisa is able to get a few more items under belt, I mean, you were talking about the ones already there. When we get to these fully completed items, that's when this gets really scary. Bit of action here. Polterra there in the mid lane. That Mistral Bolt will come through from PSD. Not going to find any real damage. As I was saying, once this Kaisa can get some complete items, it's going to get out of hand. So if you're the side of the Beavers, you have to slow that down. Not only having the kill, but is up a CS despite already being able to get back and just has so much sustain. The biscuits, the refillable pot. So it's going to be hard to really chip away at this life total on a really, really great start for the Vikings on the bottom side. We check up on the top side of the map, and a similar story to game number one. A farm advantage going the way of the Beavers. Liltard having their way with Ekdar, who hasn't been able to do a whole ton, but only down 2 CS this time as opposed to double digits last game.
Yeah, overall, the Vikings, they're off to a better start this time around than before. And I think they're looking to establish themselves very quickly. The CS is going in favor, and Osco does get hooked here, and this is not looking good.
Not looking good, and it just happens so fast. Blink and you miss it. Saint with the gank, and another big Q coming through from the Nautilus, and they're just able to get more CC, bring it nice and close for the kill. Right now, SWR is having a masterclass of a Nautilus game. Definitely should be taking notes if you want to take this beast from 30,000 Leagues Under the Sea onto solo queue.
Yep. Now, with that said, the Beavers are taking on water. And it's in their bot lane, which is once again being focused by the Vikings. This is what I expected to happen because Augustasi was such a carry this first game. And quite frankly, Polterra just isn't having an effect yet. They could be waiting for level 6, but I don't think they need to on a Diana to have the effect that they need. Because Volibear, a very early game jungler, and if you let him get his way and get these ganks out, he will become unbearable.
You know, I had to suppress the laugh just from taking on water, which is I think it's a bottom shelf fun, but just the delivery, exquisite, almost as good as the dredge lines coming through with another one right there. SWR finds Osco. Osco not having a great day. SWR gets a kill. That's going to be 3 kills on 3 different players for the Vikings here early on. Vex with a roam. There's the Mistral Bolt, not going to find its target. Polterra in the vicinity as well, so 2-man gank to the bottom side of the map. Not going to find anything, but they're going to linger around and maybe get some positioning on this dragon. The problem is Saints in the area as well, currently doing their own Gromp. Blue buff will be up in a second. Xerath rotating down as well, but Auguste is just going to keep on pushing with SWR, and they're going to be able to create a lot of pressure. But here's the back from SWR, and we'll see if Auguste decides to stay.
Ooh. No, I would definitely expect a back here just to reset, spend your gold, and that was such a good try from Osco to cancel that back, because that would gain a lot of momentum, or at least tempo, back for Maskey in this bot lane, who finds themselves down 20 CS at 7 minutes. Definitely in the hurt locker right now, but with that back timer, they are able to start up this Air Dragon, and while it's not Cloud Drake isn't the greatest, just hands down, but it enables you to start the early dragon stacking win con, which is something they failed to do last game, and we saw how that turned out too.
Yeah, they didn't find a dragon last game until Augustana was already on soul point, not the position that you want to find yourself in. So they're proactive. They get the first drag here. You love to see it despite being down 2k gold on the board, despite being down 3 kills on the board. You have to do what you can to remain relevant into the mid and late game here.
I do want to point out, though, that the 3 kills that the Vikings have are all on Osco. And they got those 3 kills while Osco didn't have a flash. Well, the first one was when Osco blew flash. The next 2 were after. But still, that's 3 kills for 1 flash by Osco. And that's gotta hurt. But now that Osco has the flash back up, they could look for something, but Flight breaks out top.
Flash from Polterra there, Ektar coming in, and there is the ulti, and gonna get the kill on the Polterra Saint. Right place, right time. Tonito, a lot of damage on the Frog. Mr. Bolt coming on through, doesn't connect, won't do anything else. Holds on to the ulti, but a little bit of action on the top side. You know, they heard you talking. They heard you were talking about only kills coming from the bottom side of the map, and Ektar saying, hey, now I can apply some pressure on the top half of the map as well.
Yeah, and it's actually a good thing to see that a fight went in favor of the Vikings top side, because okay, Frog, okay, I see you nearly dying.
Oh.
So Nito with the aggressive flash cube there comes up a little bit short, but that's the type of aggressiveness you want to see when you're ahead. But speaking of players that are ahead, Augustasi up nearly 40 CS right now, monstrous gold lead in the bot lane AD carry role, and they're starting to collect tower plates as well. This will very quickly get out of hand unless they're able to stop the side of the bleeding on the Beavers.
I love the aggressive flash from Tunita there, trying to finish out the kill. You know, that's like when you go somewhere and you're with your friends that are just taller, more muscular than you. Know everyone else has at least a kill participation except for Tony to say, you know what, yeah, look at the score, we're up 4-0, of course I'm going to flash and look for that kill. I love the confidence, I love the reckless abandon they're playing with here, and I love the continuous dredge lines coming out. Osco going to burn their flash in the back end of this one. PSD lurking in the area, but little do they know they've been spotted out on that ward. So SWR, Augustasi, they know to play safe and they'll only have themselves to blame if they fall victim to PSD Frog here. There's a charge on the top side from the Herald. Ektar trying to finish off that tower. Does get another plate there before Polterra is able to swiftly respond.
I think that Rift Herald was dropped a little bit early because the rule of thumb is, never mind, the dredge line comes out, Osco's in the pain. Well, Osco's dead in the gray screen. Now Maskey's the one under pressure here. Does reach the safety of their tower, but with Saint there, it could be in question, but it looks like without that volley bear ult, Maskey will be safe.
Yeah, and a great play there. SWR once again setting up everything with the dredge line, just putting kills on a silver platter for Augustasi and for Saint. Beautiful game for them, and they're going to go for the dive here under tower. They get the flash. That's going to be so big to have that knowledge in their back pocket. The flash is gone, and here's Saint tracking down Polterra, looking for it. PSD Frog hits the Mishra Bolt. There's the ult coming on in. Volibear responds with ult. Tonito here, a lot of damage. Polterra going low. There's the ult rain in threes. Hits one right there. Tonito finally gets on a board with the kill of their own.
I gotta give credit where credit is due. Saint Young on the volley bear. He buffered the fear with his ultimate, which kept him alive because he was able to run out as soon as he hit the ground. Now that is a little micro play there that paid off huge for him. And that also allowed Tonito to just fire the artillery out over top and get that kill. So, 12 minutes in, we are looking at a 6k goal lead in favor of the Vikings. So, the Viking invasion force is in full swing here. Their axes are bloody. They're chopping down the beavers. And, well, the beavers, they're being turned into socks, slippers, fur hats. Something soft and furry, I'd imagine. But dead.
I think best of all, like, beaver sausage, you know? Like, I don't know if I've ever wanted a beaver hot dog more in my life than right now. And you get a little narration. A beaver brat? Would you perhaps slam down a beaver brat with me?
I can't say I've ever had beaver, but it reminds me of a little piece of trivia that you brought up, which is that the artificial raspberry flavoring can be made from a gland that's near a beaver's butt.
Well, there you go, folks. So tonight, when you're done with the stream, when you're relaxing in your living room, and you're eating your raspberry ice cream, just know that your tongue may have never been closer to a beaver butt gland in your entire life as Ekdar gets closer to knocking down this tower. There's the demolish. Just got to smack it once or twice, and the little turd is going to have to back up, eats a cleaver. Ekdar, these two squaring off a little bit. Doesn't have ulti available, and Ekdar is going to pop it, excuse me, and get out of there unharmed, but does get the tower. And that's such a difference here in this game versus game number 1. Ekdar is a factor right now on the top side, is up on farm, has shut down gold, and has the first tower on the top side.
So we just watched that Maskey gave up basically this tower. They weren't in fear or a dive being threatened because they have 2 pink wards up. They have adequate vision to be able to stay there, stand toe-to-toe. And the thing was that Maskey also left XP range. So they're down close to 50 CS. They've now back. We'll miss another wave. So August Stacy is absolutely miles ahead of this Vayne. And this is how you play against a Vayne. You shut her down early. Now, the important thing is that they haven't directly shut down the Vayne, but they shut down the Karma, which shut down the lane. Because if the Karma can't poke, you stay healthy, and then you just get all the damage across. So with that said, the Vikings, they've taken the first 2 towers of the game. There isn't a answer close for the Beavers to make. And to be honest, I think that the Vikings never even took top T1 in the previous game.
Yeah, exactly right. I don't think they had any push on that top side as well. Augustana, they are flexing their muscles here so far, up in the vicinity of 8K gold, working on extending that lead even further here as they're going to knock down this mid tower potentially. Karma has something to say about that one, so backing off. Augustasi turning around, doing a little bit of damage on the crackback, but the bigger story here, we do see a grouping here up the top side of the map. They want these objectives. They're trying to push the lead, and they're going to do just that by claiming this Rift Herald, and there's nothing the Beavers can do about it. Like, there's no real contest. There's no real great way to steal, especially when they can 2-man and allocate resources to make sure the mid does not get pushed super far.
They even need to pick onto Tenio first because he's the most vulnerable member, or by Augustasi. But Osco is a bit of a hook magnet right now, as the Volibear decides to ult in. PSD Frog will be able to run out with the Crown of the Shattered Queen, keeping Vex safe for the time being. And now Maskey is just sitting in this bot lane, trying to get CS and XP back. But that means that Rift Herald will be going over to the side of the Vikings once again. And quite frankly, the Beavers, they have gold bounties already activated, which means that they are significantly far behind. And well, I would definitely say 8K behind is significantly far behind.
Yeah, I would call that a substantial amount, and we'll see if they're able to claim some of these gold bounties, get into that catch-up mechanic a little bit, but I'm just not sure they have it in them, and I don't think it really has to do with the Beavers. I think it has to do all the more with the Vikings. The Vikings came out on fire here in game number 2. Like I said, their last showing in the NECC, they lost to Concordia, Wisconsin in a clean 2-game sweep. They want to avenge that. They want to improve to 2-1 on the season. They look great. They're playing great. Not only that, they're playing smart. They're not just doing the flashy things, but you see their allocation of resources to objectives. You see their map control and their zoning, and they're doing everything right as the textbook tells them to.
Yeah, they're playing a good game overall. Dragging sacking is a little slow. That is because, well, the Beavers picked up the Cloud Drag. That added 5 minutes on, at the very least. I think it's actually 6 minutes for the Dragon timers. And that just slows down the game. But slowing down the game isn't going to get you anything if you can't stop the bleeding. And the Beavers, they haven't been able to do that. They're just bleeding out everywhere.
Yeah, no bandages, no salve. They have nothing to cover up their wounds, and I have a feeling it's only going to get uglier. Dragging up at 25 seconds. They're trying to find some kills. There's the ulti. Osco has to get out of there. Oh, another big hook hit. SWR, ulti from the backside, drop in. Dimes will be Tonito. Another kill. Frog has to flash on through, but Volterra going to be left out. However, Blast Cone will be able to survive. It's not going to matter a whole ton. They win out of the trade 2-0, and this is going to be a free dragon.
Yeah, a free dragon. I expect it to be free. It could get stolen there, but Frog is actually in trouble here as August Stacy's right there. So is SWR, a good dredge line hook, and combo comes through, and that's a dead Vex. Doesn't matter if you have your personal space ability up. When you're CC to death, you are CC to death there. There's not much you can do about that. But at 10-0, the Vikings are playing a fantastic game.
Yeah, flawless performance for them so far. No personal space, nothing could have saved PSD, and it doesn't look like anything's going to be able to save the Beavers. They can gnaw on the logs all they want. They're not going to be able to build a dam big enough to hold back this surging Viking team. Ekdar trading here with Lilter on the top side, but here comes Masked. They may be able to find their first kill of the game, but Mundo falling back, so they are going to continue playing it safe, and they're looking to expand on this already 9k gold lead. Baron is up in 20 seconds, and maybe stealing a Baron is the only real avenue the Beavers have to stop this bleeding, to crawl their way back into the game.
Well, I don't even think a Baron steal would stop the bleeding, but it would at least apply some gauze to it. It would, you would apply pressure to it. It's the first step needed, because even if they get Baron, they're still woefully down in gold. They're down kills, items, no matter how you look at it. And SWR didn't even go Locket or Evening Shroud. He went full on the Funfire Wind Cape item, and we've seen his dredge lines are on point. So I don't blame him for building a damage type item, because, well, he's carrying at 2-0 and 6 as well.
And you see Ekdar just get caught out on the side bush there, not where they wanted to be, is able to just walk out, no punishment, doesn't have to use the ulti. They are bearing down on this mid tower. I don't think there's anything that the Beavers can really do. You got to watch out for a Saint ulti here over the wall, because that could be absolutely cataclysmic for the Beavers. They may go extinct as we know it.
Yeah, I would agree with that, actually. Extinction faces the Beavers. The worst animal crisis of 2022 so far.
And that's saying something. It might be a young year, but a lot of crazy things happening. So, Beavers being on the chopping block is not the farthest thing from reality, but they're just gonna keep on slow rolling, trying to push down this mid tower. 2 minutes and 20 seconds till the next drag, so that's still quite a ways off. Not able to find the hook there. Lil Turd, they're going to push up, and they're able to clear out some wards there from the side bush and scrap out a little bit of gold. They're going to let Polterra get some Raptors there, able to recoup something, because they're just getting starved for resources. It's not safe for them to really walk on any part of their own jungle if they don't have vision.
Yeah, vision is absolutely crucial, but what I'm seeing right now is that the Vikings have actually taken their foot off the pedal. But as I say that, Frog is caught out in the spot lane, as Saint and August Stacy is there for the kill. They picked that up easily enough. But besides that kill, it did feel that the Vikings had stalled out in the mid lane and don't quite know how to finish this game off. Being this far ahead, they should be able to just force the Baron, and there is no way that the Beavers will win that fight unless they get extraordinarily lucky and you guys, or the Vikings, don't focus down the Baron. But seeing how my power of prophecy is activated right now, the Vikings do indeed go over to the Baron. They are 3-manning it right now, and there's no one there to even threaten them. I don't think the Beavers even have vision remotely close to the Baron pit. And with that, the goal lead is going to jump up once again in favor of the Vikings, who are now close to 11k gold ahead.
And it's just going to keep on getting worse, I'm afraid. The Beavers, they just can't do much. We talked about the snowball earlier on in the day. And that's just what it is, Kairos Tims. I mean, the snowball is just going to keep on going, getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and they don't even have a Nunu on the team. I don't think there's any hope for the Beavers. Maybe some lightning, thunder hitting an Xfinity tower, some sort of internet cancellation, a power outage. That's really what they're hoping and praying for right now.
Well, and to put it in perspective how badly the Beavers are being beaten right now, is that Osco 6 deaths has yet to complete their support item 23 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what Osco did in his prior life to deserve this sort of karma, but he's getting it.
Well, they do claim objective money there, so hold on just a second. And you gotta think, not the most unlikely thing that a snowdrift or something takes out the power in Rock Island, Illinois, because hey, it is 17 degrees over there, so Augustana not having the warmest of weather, but they are having a swell time on the Rift. Shorts, t-shirt, tropical drink, and a whole lot of kills. They kill Frog for the 3rd time today. They're going to keep on pushing this bottom side of the map, but you take a look at the map, they're continuously pushing mid, and they've got the Mundo just splitting top as well. And the Beavers, they hold on for the time being, but you know that the time is just getting shorter and shorter here on the Rift. They've got to reallocate. A 1-2-2 push taking place here. August Daisy looking for an entry point on Lil Turd. Here's Saint rotating back over, clearing some vision. Tonito trying to play a little bit of damage on it. Can't quite find it. Back up is Frog. So they do have the full detachment of resources, but Mundo is continuing to split push the top lane.
Yeah, with a now 1-4 press, this is a advantageous situation for the Vikings with Baron buff, with the range that they have from the Zelarath and Kaisa. They can easily whittle down the Beavers before diving into it. And Urgot should be able to hold 1v1 against Ektar, but Ektar is just saying, nope, I'll kill you when I want to. And that does force flash out of the Urgot. Now that cannon minion will keep chipping away at the tower as long as Baron buff stays active. And with reinforcement minions coming in, they should be able to break at least one Nexus tower, potentially 2, and get the in-hit.
Yeah, they've got the wave here on the bottom side of the map. Tonito gets one, the flash, not going to be able to get the second, but still a big kill nonetheless. 4v5, they're firmly in the base. They're looking to end this game. They're not messing around. They have got things to do tonight. Driveways to shovel, mittens to put on. There is the ulti from Saint going in, a lot of damage. One falls, Polterra going to be the next to go. So much damage from August. Daisy, the carry again. Shut down, they get on the board. The Beavers kill the Mundo, but I don't think it's going to matter. The triple for August Daisy. Down goes one Nexus tower. Down goes number 2. And the Nexus, it's going to be the next to fall. The logical conclusion, the Vikings, they get back above 500, and the Beavers come up wanting yet again. They drop to 0-3 on the year.
Whew. So the Vikings, they definitely swung their axes and chopped down the Beavers there. And the Beavers, they had moments of glory in their first game. The second game, the best that they could do was create 3 blemishes on an otherwise perfect game by the Augustana Vikings, because they got 1 tower, 1 dragon, 1 kill. Everything else on the map went in favor of the Vikings. So the Vikings had an absolute phenomenal second game there, really learned from their mistakes in game 1, did the appropriate change-ups in draft ban, and executed cleanly in game 2.
I think clean is the best word for it because you can't quite say perfect with those blemishes, but clean. They were pushing that 11K, 12K gold lead. They just suffocated the Beavers off of objectives. They played a complete game of League of Legends from top to bottom, quite literally top lane to bottom lane. Every cylinder was firing. Parasims, do you have anything, any final thoughts on that massive brain of yours before we head off for the night?
Well, well, the one thought that's now distracting me is that because the Vikings, chopped down the Beavers, they have some beaver tails that they can have. And from personal experience, beaver tails are fantastic, very sweet, very delicious, and a perfect dessert to end off a victorious celebration because the Vikings, they played it well both game 1 and game 2. And as you said, they move above that 500 record now. They sit at 2-1 on the season, so they are definitely setting themselves up for success. The Beavers, they have some work to do in building their dam up, but once they have that foundation, they can definitely look to build from that and probably take at least a few wins out of this league.
Well, the Vikings are experiencing a chilly winter there in Rock Island, Illinois, so I'm sure they'll appreciate having those beaver tails, maybe some hats, some gloves, some mittens, and hey, they'll sit inside by the fire and enjoy some raspberry ice cream. We won't tell you where they got the flavoring from. The Beavers definitely had a part in that one, and they definitely didn't have a big part in that last game. The Vikings roll on to a 2-1 record on the year. That's it for the B stream tonight. The A stream still has a game going on right now, probably one later. So if you want to hop over to the primary NECC stream, you don't want to miss out on any more League of Legends actions from everyone here tonight. Thank you to the production. Thank you for everyone sitting at home. Thank you to everyone in the NECC. Have a blessed night.